session, and we've got a great panel of people that will be sharing information about the opportunities in Pakistan. There is a theme for today's session. It's Pakistan, the mineral marvel, unlocking the future of mining in Pakistan. So that'll be the theme that we'll be following for the morning. I'm in my role in the mining industry, I'm a chairman of the Global Mining Association of China. So Pakistan's a story which is of interest to me, being a neighbouring country, one of the 14 countries that neighbours onto China. So I'm going to be very interested to hear what we've got to learn about the opportunities that are existing in Pakistan, just like the people that are, you guys that are visiting us for this session. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to show you a brief video, Pakistan, the mineral marvel, unlocking the future of mining in Pakistan. And we'll learn about the diversity of the Pakistan mineralisation, what the opportunities really are. And then we will hear from a group of panellists. But first of all, let's have a look at this video, and then I can tell you who our panellists will be. In a minute.
Pakistan stands at the crossroads of South Asia, Central Asia, and the Middle East as a land of untapped mineral wealth with immense potential. From the lofty ranges of the Karakoram, Himalayas, and the Hindu Kush in the north, to the Arabian Sea in the south, this nation's dynamic landscapes hold treasures waiting to be unearthed. In-country port capacity supplements the country's geographical location, providing off-take opportunities to international markets. Pakistan's mineral resources are as diverse as its geography. The Tethyan Belt, a globally recognized geological marvel, creates extremely fertile metallogenic reserves through western Pakistan. In addition, the Geological Survey of Pakistan has mapped subsurface reserves of metallic, non-metallic, rare earth and industrial minerals and gemstones in a multitude of areas across the country. The groundwork for future discoveries has been laid. Mines in Swat yield some of the world's finest emeralds, while granite reserves in the same region produce the much-coveted black granite. Wider surveys of other districts in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa reveal promising untapped metallic and rare earth elements, making it an attractive destination for miners. Significant iron ore deposits along with granite quarries and extensive salt reserves in the Punjab feed domestic and international markets. Strategic partnerships and joint ventures have and shall continue to create a competitive sector through innovation and collaboration. Supplementing mining operations are homegrown service providers with decades of experience and demonstrated expertise. These companies provide crucial services for mining and will undoubtedly grow with the sector. Policy reform in the mining sector includes fostering institutional capacity, undertaking skill development initiatives for large-scale employment, and building compliance with global standards. Investors and operators enjoy various incentives such as tax breaks, duty exemptions on mining equipment, and flexibility on foreign ownership. Infrastructure development with particular emphasis on creating necessary facilities at the ports, re-evaluating and facilitating building railway routes and highway networks to provide safe and efficient transport corridors for mining. As the world transitions to greener energy, Pakistan is aligning its mineral development with these global shifts. At the heart of this progress is KAICC, a flagship project in Balochistan, developing one of the largest copper-gold deposits in the world, symbolizes Pakistan's mining ambitions and its ability to attract global investment. The project has created thousands of jobs, showcasing the value of tapping another asset Pakistan offers, its young human resource, and has also laid the foundation for a transformative future for the KAICC region. International players are welcome to partner with us to drive innovation and exploration and unlock a brighter, sustainable future. Now is an opportune time. Be a part of this extraordinary transformation of the mining sector in Pakistan.
Now, that's the teaser, and we're going to compete with a lot of noise from outside, so I hope that this doesn't get too difficult for you. But it's great to have that introduction, great to see the innovation and the development that's already taken place in Pakistan, and we're going to be learning more. As I said, we've got a theme, Pakistan, the mineral marvel, unlocking the future of mining in Pakistan. We've got a panel. It'll be chaired by Imran Abbasi. Mr. Abbasi is the Managing Director of Pakistan Petroleum Limited, and Imran, you might come up now. Mr. Abbasi is a seasoned industry professional with diverse multinational experience of 35 years, with several mid and large-sized exploration and production companies, as well as major service company. He's worked in various technical and leadership roles in assets in North Sea, Middle East, Australia, Indonesia and PNG, and he joined PPL in his current role 2 or 3 years ago. So Imran will be our moderator for the discussion, and I might say that he also has lived in Melbourne, which is my hometown, and we've discussed cricket, and we've decided that Australia beating India in the cricket was something to be celebrated. So Imran will be joined in a few minutes by Dr. Musaddiq Malik, who's the Minister for Petroleum and Water Resources in the government of Pakistan. Dr. Malik has a diverse skill set built over 2 decades of international strategy consulting and serving in the cabinets of 3 governments in Pakistan. His postgrad doctorate and MBA were in the US and built credentials and expertise in economics and public policy. His experience in the private sector spans right across the world. Dr. Malik has advised policymakers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Sultanates of Oman and Bahrain, and others on formulating strategies on economic transformation, energy sustainability, industry development, and so on. We also have Timothy Cribb from Barrick. He is Project Director of Reko Diq, which we saw on the video. Tim joined Barrick in 2017, working as Mine Manager and General Manager Operations of Barrick's Porgera gold mine. He has extensive operational project experience in the mining sector, having worked in Australia, Africa, Asia and the Middle East. And finally, we'll have Asad Ahmed, who is the Managing Director of Pakistan Mineral Development Corporation. Mr. Ahmed has 25 years of experience in corporate and public sector service in national and multinational companies in the mineral and power sectors. So it's great to have this level of expertise. We'll learn a lot more about what Pakistan has got to offer. And I'll hand over now to you, Imran, and you can bring the discussion forward.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad you're all here. I'm quite happy to see a good turnout. Let me talk very briefly. I won't take much of your time before I invite Dr. Malik to the stage for his opening remarks. But I do want to share my vision as to why I buy into this mineral marvel vision that we are presenting here. A little bit, as Peter alluded to, I'm coming from an oil and gas background. But over the last 2 to 3 years, I've morphed into a believer in mining. my particular company, let's just talk about my company, even though this is not about my company, it's about Pakistan, but I'll talk a little bit about my own company. We have been in the oil and gas business for years, since the 1950s. Most of our revenue comes from oil and gas. The company, 50 years ago, and mind you, it's 50 years ago. 50 years ago, Pakistan was not on the mining map, as far as I know. 50 years ago, PPL decided to go into mining, and we have been mining barite in the Balochistan province since 1974. Very few people know that, but we have been producing, and consistently we have been increasing our ore that we are selling. Over the years, we have also found that where we are mining for barite, there's lead and zinc, so we have actually morphed into that as well. Going forward, we have investment in Recodic, which we feel is a real game changer for us. At present, my company, our revenue is less than 5%. Less than 5% of our revenue is coming from mining. In our 5 to 10 year plan, we are planning to double this. So we are trying to morph from a purely oil and gas company into a mining player as well. So this is the vision that I share with most of the people here in this room. Mining is the way to go. There are phenomenal assets over there. In addition to this, our company is also invested in many exploration leases that we are working with. Some of our partners are actually in this room. So other than that, I think I'm just going to leave it at that, and I will ask Dr. Musaddiq Malik to come on stage and enlighten us with his words of wisdom. And Dr. Saab, if I may, I would like to invite the other panelists as well. Please. Tim, why don't you come and join us? Please. So please, Dr. Saab.
Well, thank you. Thank you all very much for making time. I know it's a very busy time for you. There's a lot happening here, lots of very interesting discussions, lots of new technologies, but I'm grateful that you made time to come to our discussion today. From our perspective, I think one of the most important thing to note is that there's a revolution brewing right now. And that is the revolution, the energy revolution. The world is moving towards electrification, rapidly moving towards electrification and clean energy. And the infrastructure, the backbone of that revolution is going to be critical metals and minerals. And more important elements in this entire transition or in this entire revolution are going to be copper and lithium. They're going to be all other metals, critical metals, rare earth metals are going to play a big role as well. But copper and lithium are going to play a very big role. We are fortunate to have a lot of copper because of the Tethyan belt that you've just seen in the video. And we probably are we're finding traces of other rare earth metals as well as lithium as well. So our geological survey, we're revolutionizing it, we're completely restructuring it, and very soon, and when I say very soon, hopefully in a year or so, we'll bring forth a wealth of data that would be available to the rest of the world to come and jointly explore with us. I would like to bring forth a few things which I think are very important. First of all, in this entire revolution that we are calling green revolution or energy revolution or electrification revolution, in which we are not only going to move towards clean energy, renewable energy, sustainable energy systems, hopefully making sure that the carbon that we're emitting is also the carbon that we are capturing and absorbing in that new ecology as we move forward. We're doing all of this because we want a sustainable world. We don't want to do injustice. If you do injustice to your environment, the environment doesn't care. So if you think over millions of years, if Earth becomes totally barren and no life exists on Earth, the nature would still not care. The rock would still continue to rotate around the sun. And therefore, any injustice that we carry out right now is compromising our sustainability. And it's for the sake of our own Earth, Mother Earth. It's for the sake of our own future generations that we're moving towards a sustainable system, a sustainable ecology, which would get us going, hopefully, forever. But just the way injustice is unsustainable in terms of overall global environment, injustice is also not sustainable in terms of communities. If you look at the mining operations all across the world, there's one peculiar fact that would shout out at you. Either they lead to a conflict or they're in conflict-ridden areas. And both of the reasons are there because the community does not participate and doesn't have the ownership of whatever we're extracting from the Mother Earth. So while we create a lot of value for the world in terms of this revolution, energy revolution, we also have to make sure that the ownership of mostly downtrodden communities, because these mining assets are generally in hardship areas. And because of that, communities there, initially at least, are not very prosperous. So therefore, I think, both for the sake of our own good in terms of corporations and countries, but also in the way of justice, it is critically important that as we think about the mining operations, we also think about communities. And we make sure, much like the ivory kind of transition that we've made, and we've made owners of poaching and hunting, we've made communities owners of the assets, and they are the protectors. I think we need to have exactly the same view in this big rare earth or big metals, big mining revolution that is brewing right now, for the sustainability, ensuring the sustainability of those communities first and foremost, in the way of their social development, in the way of infrastructure that is required, both for the communities as well as for mining, and their participation in this revolution. And when I say participation, in my view, it is not basically some miners going into holes and digging out precious metals. It's the leadership role as well. It's training these people for the future leadership of the mining revolution. It's the technology, it's engineering, it's design, it's value chains. And their participation in this entire value chain is mission critical. Now I'd give you the third view, again from the same idea of injustice, and I'll stop, I don't want to bore you. And I think from the country's perspective, one would also like to see the same kind of justice that one is proposing for Mother Nature as well as for the local communities. We have an entire value chain, but somehow or the other, the producers of these assets, they are reduced to just the mining activity. And a lot of mud is dug out, and all of this mud is then transported to other parts of the world where value is created. So if you think about the entire value chain, we have to think about where the asset is. We have to think about the value creation process. And then we also have to think about value capture process. And I think a reasonable and a fair representation and participation of the countries where these assets are located, whether it be Latin America, South America, Africa, or in our case, Pakistan. I think the participation of these regions and the participation of these countries in the entire value chain is also very critical and fair. And if we try to do injustice to that level of fairness as well, at the end, the equilibrium is going to get dislodged. And then we are all going to suffer. I said this yesterday as well, I would say it again. The most expensive way of creating value is to transport mud. The cost of transportation is enormous. But if you create metals and minerals out of them, and you move them downstream, and you move some of the end products, even if 100% of those end products are taken away, Imagine the cost of taking an enormous kind of, almost a mountain of dust, or taking these refined products with a lot of value, and the product and the value still belongs to the corporation. And you can take 100% of that for export purposes and some for the domestic use. But your factor input cost would go down, your creativity would improve, your value creation cost leadership would be established, and you'd be able to create a lot of value. And a lot of value for the entire world, for humanity. Because the cost of the end product would come down, which basically means the products that people use and the services that people use, the cost of those products and services would come down. But all of this is going to require a lot of innovation. And if there's one thing that the mining industry and the downstream industries do not have at all, it's innovation. Think about mining today, and think about mining from 50 or 100 years ago. You're still using the same technology with a little bit more precision and more humane conditions. You're still using water for the metal to settle. You're still polluting a lot of water, although we are now kind of recycling water and recovering it. But look at the technology. Look at those old school steel mills that used to guzzle about 50 or 70, 80 years ago, and look at the nifty steel mills of today. We haven't seen the same in minerals and mines. We haven't seen the same revolution. We haven't seen the same innovation. So I think the underpinning of all of what I'm saying is going to be that revolution which is going to be grounded in innovation. If we're unable to do that, then we'd end up with the same chicken and egg problem. Do you have enough energy? Do you have enough water? Is there enough resource being produced? Because there's no micro-milling concept here. And therefore, we'd continue to move dust around and end up producing the same products and services for humanity at a much higher cost, rather than at a lower cost, and increase not only the efficiency, but also the utilization and the cost. So I see glazed eyes. I think I've bored people enough. But again, I would like to sum up by saying, from our perspective, we want to be citizens of this world. We're looking for partners along the entire value chain, from mapping to mining, from mining to processing, from processing to smelting, downstreaming, producing end products, and we are in no rush. It's not like we are making all of this conditional, but we'd like to invite global partners to come to Pakistan and look at Pakistan as a hub where a lot of interesting things, not just mining, a lot of interesting things can be carried out. Pakistan is open for business, and you all are most welcome to come and join us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sir. Thanks for your enlightening views, but I won't let you off the hook yet. I have one other question for you, and I'll come back to you. Let's move on to Tim. Tim, as he was introduced, is the project director for Reko and has been operating in Pakistan I've worked with him for the last couple of years. So he's well placed to actually enlighten everybody as to his experience in Pakistan, how easy or difficult it has been, and whether he's received the right kind of support from the government and other stakeholders in the country. So would you like to share some views with us, please?
Yeah. Firstly, thank you, Minister, and thank you, Imran, for the opportunity to join you today and share our experience, both as Reko and as Barrick, operating in Pakistan for the past 2.5 to 3 years. So, look, just a bit of background on Reko. Reko is a partnership between the government of Balochistan, the government of Pakistan, and Barrick. And I think that's a very key point. And as the Minister said, you know, we really feel that as operators. It's a genuine partnership with total alignment amongst its shareholders and total alignment in the country. So that's been very helpful for us in terms of advancing the project. We finished the feasibility study for the project in the last month, and importantly, over the last 2 years, we've been advancing construction early works at the site. So with that, we've had to get a lot of approvals in place, a lot of permits in place, and I think one of the key topics which has been discussed at this forum, and definitely in the industry, is just how long it takes really good geological deposits like Reko to come from that exploration and be brought into production. And whilst Rico Dig definitely has a very long history, one that the partners have put behind the arbitration and they're working together now, and as I said, it's working very well, but we've been able to permit and advance this project much quicker than you would see for other opportunities. And I think that's really one of the key things which Pakistan has to offer. That genuine desire to bring this forward, and also some attractive investment, tax breaks and the like, which they afford to generate that investment into big projects like Rico Dig. So that's definitely been critical, and it's a fairly unique position. We actually have a team which has been set up by the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister has a project support team that reports directly to him every month, and that has a full list of all of the permits, approvals, and all the regulatory processes which he needs to see approved. And if there's any hold up there, he's directly engaged with his departments. And of course, on our side, he holds our feet to the fire to deliver on what we've said we'd do as an operator, which is also a good thing. And I think, in terms of the sustainability, which the Minister touched on, and that's very critical to both Barrick, but also it's important for the mining industry. We want to be developing these assets in a sustainable manner, and we want to be doing what's right for the environment, but what is also right for the communities. And there was a really good example of that in the ESIA process that we've just gone through. So it's not like this thing was pushed through. Yes, the time was reasonable, but what's very important is we worked with the Balochistan EPA and we took them through the international standards that both Barrick and the lenders that are participating in the financing of this project need to see. And after that, at the end of the process, the Balochistan EPA was very complimentary, as was, Government of Pakistan. They said this is a very transparent, robust process. The engagement with communities is something that we haven't seen that level of in the past, and it's something that we want to take going forward. So bringing international partners in, I think Pakistan's very open to the idea of how we build the regulation and build the structures in the country to deliver that sustainable development. Also, earlier you saw on the video that large pool of talent that exists in Pakistan. It's a huge population, and there really isn't a large degree of big-scale mining opportunity. And I can say, particularly in the area around the mine where we've set up training colleges and we've sent graduates overseas so they get opportunity at these mines, they are fully supportive of this project, and they're really just reaching out for people to come in and help them develop, help them get opportunities to learn these skills so that they can participate in a project like that. And those things are obviously very rewarding as an operator, and when you come into a place like Pakistan, I think those opportunities are immense, and it's not just on the development of labour skills. This project was set up with an advanced social development contribution fund, and I think that's also a critical item, and something which also comes up at this forum and in the industry. Too often the benefits that come to the communities, they come too late in the project, because you obviously have these big capital investments that are needed, so the profits and the repayment take some time to flow through. So what we have put in place for Rico Dig is this advanced fund, and we've put more than $7 million into this fund already during the feasibility study. And when I look at the smallest 4 communities around the mine, and then I look at the larger town of Kundi, which is about 2 hours drive from the mine, if I look at that 2 years ago and I look at that today, you can see a marked difference in the quality of clean water for drinking, the access to more food, more variety, the education system, and all of that is a really great thing to be a part of. So I think it's not just the mining, it's not just the opportunity, it's also what we can bring to the host communities, as well as the sustainable development. So it's been a great opportunity, and certainly we look for other people to come in and share it with us.
Thanks. Thanks, Tim. We are going to move briefly away from the metals. Not many of you know that Pakistan has got other mineral resources other than metals. And that's where Mr. Asad Ahmed comes in. I've invited him specifically to talk about that. Pakistan has been mining for pink salt for what, 50, 60 years, maybe even more. I personally don't know much about it, so I'm going to take the opportunity and ask Mr. Asad Ahmed to talk to us about the opportunities in pink salt, and then we'll come back to the metal side after that. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wasi. Actually, geological survey has shown vast and untapped resources in non-metallic minerals and regarding these rare earth elements. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And yes, you're right. Pakistan has a lot more to offer other than metals. And there are opportunities for investors in large-scale processing of minerals used for domestic as well as regional industries. And the investors who are interested to join in vertically integrated downstream industries regarding this mining of rock salt. And we have actually two projects which alone belongs to pink rock salt. One is of the edible side. Pink salt is a rare commodity across the world and only available in Pakistan. And it has enormous health benefits for human and especially for kids. And that project is a great opportunity. We want to set up a state-of-the-art crushing and packaging unit in Pakistan, which will be located in special economic zone. And the total estimated cost initially is around $60 million. And the other project, which is part of the industrial side, which is regarding setup of soda ash plant. Soda ash plant, actually the mineral to chemical plant. Soda ash is being utilized in glass industry, in paper industry, in detergent manufacturing, as well as it is being used in culinary industries. So PMDC have the valid mining leases of these rock salt having around 22 billion tons of proven resources. So the second part, which I told you earlier, which is regarding soda ash, the total investment requirement is around $165 million. So if the investors are interested, we have many more information regarding these projects and pre-feasibility. We can share that information with our investors. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Malik, if I may burden with you with a couple of more questions. I don't want to be rude, but we'll have to be cognizant of the time, but I would like to pose two questions to you. I'm sure they are very close to your heart. The first one has to do with the legal framework in Pakistan. If you could share your thoughts with the audience about what the government has done in terms of the legal framework. And secondly, is a question very relevant to me personally, is that you have seen that a lot of oil and gas companies in Pakistan, the larger ones, are sort of venturing into the mining sector now. We've got 3-4 major companies in Pakistan. They're all sort of dabbling in it. And I would like to be a little bit arrogant and say that we are ahead of them because we are actually mining, whereas they are just exploring at the moment. So if you could share with us, what do you think and how can these state-owned enterprises, the oil and gas companies, can contribute to this sector? So, really there are two questions, but I'll let you manage these.
So, in terms of the first question, which I think is very important, the regulatory regime in Pakistan was completely fragmented.
Correct.
And for Pakistanis, it wasn't a complication because you could come in and you knew exactly what you could expect from one province or one region and what you may expect differently from another region. But that created an enormous problem for investors coming from outside. So for example, if Ricodic is there, and there's Barrick Gold, and there are a couple of other partners, and then they have their own contractors, their own subcontractors, their own supplies. We needed a standardized framework. So we worked very hard, and I'd like to recognize our friend Colonel Saab, who's sitting right there, who worked very hard over the past 1 year to standardize the entire regime. So right now, we in Pakistan, across Pakistan, we have a stable and singular regime. And we've gotten the provinces to buy into that regime. And all the regulations very soon, after the approval of the respective cabinets, is going to be with slight variations about the same. So when you walk into Pakistan, you could expect, no matter where you go, whether you want to go into gems, and you want to go into precious metals, and you want to create kind of a fashion design cluster somewhere, or gems and stones cluster somewhere, or you want to get into copper, or you want to get into other, pink salt, you would find the regime very stable and very predictable and very transparent. So I think the reason why I said Pakistan is open for business is because we've been working hard at it for about 1.5 years, 2 years, and now we have standardized all the regulations, and you can exactly expect what kind of taxation, what kind of royalties, give or take, a slight variation, and therefore I think Pakistan is open for business. Simultaneously, we're also working hard at the standards of working conditions, because we want more sophisticated companies to come to Pakistan. As I mentioned earlier, it's important for us safety and security and the working conditions, humane and good working conditions for our miners is very important. Therefore, on the one hand, we are standardizing the regulatory regime. On the other hand, we're working on health and safety standards and making sure that we have a world-class cluster of mining and downstreaming. So that's kind of at the high level. I am available, Brigadier Saab is available. Where is he sitting? I don't see him. So our team is available here. You may have specific questions. Please come up with those questions, and we'd answer to your satisfaction. At any level of detail, we'll try to tell you what kind of framework do we have available. In terms of state-owned enterprises, I think there's an opportunity, and I think there is a challenge. I think the opportunity is that 1,000-pound gorillas are coming to mining, and that's a tremendous opportunity, because the payback period for mining is generally long, and therefore you need large corporations that understand the value of investment over long horizons to come and participate. So I'm very grateful that most of our state-owned enterprises, which have an expertise in exploring what is under subsurface, are coming to the fore, and they are leveraging the platforms that they have developed over the years and refining them and honing them to a new application area. PPL has been working on it for a while. New companies, Mari, OGDC, and a bunch of other companies are now coming to the fore, and they're learning very fast and participating in taking big concessions. I think the challenge here is going to be the temptation to do it all yourself. And the temptation is going to be to vertically integrate. And that vertical integration may create a company, but would not create a cluster. So when I look at these state-owned enterprises, or even our friends at Barrick Gold, I look at them as a hub. And this hub needs to have spokes that go into community. And they should be the triggers for creating a massive proliferation of small to medium-sized enterprises. So when you think of mining, you're also thinking logistics. You're also thinking housing. You're also thinking food supplies. You're basically thinking about the creation of a whole new city. When you make investments of $1 billion, $2 billion, or $4 billion, it's like erecting a whole new city. And city is complex. And this propensity for someone to say, I shall create the city, is a temptation that needs to be beaten. So I think high standards need to be put in place, and through those service level agreements in round one, if we have from local communities new companies popping up, which are suppliers, which are packers, which are truckers, which are miners, which are diggers, which are machinery suppliers, which basically are people who are going to do the maintenance and the security. When you think about all of these things, think of yourself as a hub and set standards which basically these new companies have to meet, and then jump standards every year. So our companies are state-owned enterprises. They need to have a scheme of standards, and every year the standards need to improve. But you have to walk very delicately and very carefully these small to medium-sized enterprises, because through these standards and service level agreements, their productivity is going to increase, their capabilities are going to increase, and very soon you would have a proliferation, a diffusion of innovation, diffusion of technology, diffusion of high standards, and consequently the productivity of the system would improve. So temptation to improve the productivity of a company should be beaten, and the temptation to improve the productivity of the system and the productivity of the entire mining cluster, that should be the direction. Otherwise, we'd have a half-baked, decent, and no more than decent, half-baked, decent large corporation with modest productivity. And therefore, the state-owned enterprises, while they may continue to exploit the resources within Pakistan, even with modest productivity, they would never become world-class. They would never be able to take that package and go to other parts of the world and be as good and as robust as any of their partners right now. So that would be my very high-level kind of thinking, and I would again motivate, and hopefully as we go along incent our large corporations to get into this hub and spoke kind of framework. Serve as a hub, set standards, improve standards, fund these small to medium-sized enterprises, and let the system productivity rise rather than one company's productivity rise.
Thank you. Okay, I think we have time for one other question, and I'll pose that to Tim. This is not a trick question, Tim. Obviously, you are heavily focused on Recodic, so your focus would be Recodic and Recodic and Recodic. But looking at it holistically, at the Mark Bristow level and at the, at your board level, what is Barrick thinking in future? I know it's premature if the focus is Recodic. Where do you see Barrick going in Pakistan going forward? Do you see other opportunities or what?
Yeah, I mean, there's huge geological opportunity in Pakistan, and I think, for 20 or 30 years, the big companies have known about the Reko Dig deposit, and they've known about the mineralisation around Reko Dig, and particularly in Balochistan on that large-scale copper-gold opportunity. So I think if the geology is there, inevitably, other players will want to come and get involved. And up until now and up until someone builds Reko Dig, there's a barrier, because Balochistan is such a remote place, and yes, the rest of Pakistan, there is more development, but it is very limited in Balochistan, and I think Reko Dig is going to break down some of those barriers. The international suppliers and manufacturers for large-scale mining equipment, they are not in the area. And so when you look at Pakistan as an investment, you have to break through that, you have to bring in all these providers. And that's one of the really good things about Reko Dig for the region. It is so big that it will bring in our partners, So we've got Metso, Weir is here. Once they are in country and they're there, it makes it a lot easier for other people to access these geological opportunities. And if you couple that with the pro-investment stance, which, you clearly have in Pakistan, I think it's inevitable that these other opportunities arise. And certainly as Barrick, we're looking beyond Reko Dig and in that area at other opportunities.
Okay. All right, thanks. I think we'll be able to take a couple of questions from the audience. If anybody wants to pose a question to any of the panelists, please stand up, introduce yourself, and ask the question, please. We have a mic. The gentleman is over there.
Morning. My name is Moses. I come from Valley Blades from Canada. We are a manufacturer of ground engaging tools. But in general, my question is about the economic stability for investing in Pakistan. I mean, on the long run. Thank you.
Well, I think a couple of years ago, we ran into trouble with our external sector. But right now, if you look at the trajectory on which Pakistan is going, I think the economy has stabilized. Pakistan has never ever defaulted on any of its commitments. We are right now poised to grow at about 4 to 5% a year. That's the direction in which we are heading. This year, we are targeting about a 2.5 to 3% growth. And then we want to sustainably grow while making sure, and mining therefore is going to play a big role, because we don't want to just focus on consumption. We also want to build up these clusters and begin to export. And therefore, the export focus brings minerals and mining to the fore, because most of these materials, most of these mines, most of these metals are going to plug into global value chains. So we would like to host a part of this value chain as well, but we would also like to be the exporters to the world, whether it be the products or whether it be the minerals, original minerals and metals. So I think we are along a stable trajectory now. The storm has passed, and our inflation is completely under control. We are at about 4% inflation. Our policy rates are coming down, which is reflective of both our desire to move towards growth and also the stability in the country. We are poised to grow over the next 3 to 5 years at about 4 to 5%. So 4 to 5% growth, about 3 to 4% inflation, decent policy rate. I think it's a reasonably stable framework for people to come and invest in Pakistan.
Okay. All right. One more question, and then I'll sum up this session. If anybody, Dr. Wirk.
I'm Dr. Nawaz Ahmed. I'm Director General, Ministry of Energy, Petroleum Division. My question is to KRIB. Barrick Gold is leading, mining sector company across the globe. You have a lot of technical, financial capacities. So with this, background, we are looking towards our own human resource development, according to your Barrick Gold standards. So I would like to know what are your strategies, how you would like to take our many people as per the quality of your project and your company. So I would like to know your strategies of HR development. Thank you.
Okay. I think I caught it. So strategy around the HR, is it? Or the human resource capital, yeah? Okay. I think, look, at Barrick, we invest in the host communities, and for us, it is about getting that support. So if you look at what we've done already, we've set up a training centre in Nakundi. We've already had 300 people go through that, and we train them in skills that are going to be needed, because what you don't want to do is just come in and train thousands of people and then not provide opportunity, because that will generate discontentment and it doesn't achieve the end result. So we are matching the training and development to the needs of the build-up of the mine. And it is much bigger than just the direct mine. So we look at the full supply chain, we look at the full area of Pakistan, and we try and maximise obviously the spend in Pakistan and the operations in Pakistan. And we're already seeing supply come from Quetta. So then we look at what the conditions and what the training is we need to offer in Quetta and then Pakistan. We also look to our partners. So when we look to Metso, Weir, Komatsu, Caterpillar, we require that they help us invest in what they need. So mechanics, drivers, they will all contribute to that training program and match it to their needs. So I think growing as we grow is obviously central to RecoDig, But then more broadly on human resources, part of this full rewrite of the legislation which has been going on, it has looked at the conditions of workers, and it has looked at how Barrick operates around the world and what we see in different jurisdictions. And it's tried to capture the best parts of that and create a good framework to move forward in Pakistan that's both economically competitive but also guarantees the rights and the conditions of the employees. And we're fully supportive of that and engaged in that process with the government.
Okay. All right. I think thanks to my panelists. What I'll do before we close, I'll just summarize some of the key points. So I'll try to read through them. Pakistan indeed is a mineral marvel. I think the revolution is about to start. It has started already, and we are seeing tremendous efforts and interest in Pakistan's mineral sector. And we feel that the next 2 to 3 years are going to be pivotal as far as investment in this sector is concerned. Dr. Musaddiq Malik made a very important point about electrification and how that's going to drive the business. And one point that resonated very close to me, to my heart, was the fact that right now most of our mining ventures in the metal industry in particular has to do with creating the concentrate and shipping it out. So his point is very well taken, that when you are sending the ore out or concentrate out, you are shipping a lot of stuff at a lot of cost. Whereas if you could refine it and get down to the smelting level or the ingot levels, there's a lot more value to be added. I think Pakistan is ready to go that way. Only time will tell how we will get there. Another positive for the mining industry in Pakistan is what Barrick has been doing. As Tim alluded to, that the feasibility study is done. It is looking good, and we are looking at FID in the next, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, we are looking at June or so. That's what we have announced. In June, we will be FIDing, and then first ore would be moving from Reko Diq in 2028 sometimes, yes. Correct? I've got my dates right. Yeah. There are other opportunities as well. I mean, we keep talking about the copper and the gold belt, the so-called Tethian belt. There are opportunities in pink salt. As I got educated today that we've been mining pink salt for 70 years in Pakistan, the so-called Himalayan salt. And there are resources in the soda ash arena as well. Finally, just a couple of other housekeeping matters here. We have a pavilion, which is just around the corner. The nice map that you saw with all the geological features and where all the minerals are located, it was just flashed over there. A 3D image is being displayed at the stand right now. There's a lot of interest there. If you want to take a look at it, just wander on over. We have our company representatives there, service partners are there, so there's an opportunity to network and see what we are doing, and we'll be happy to host you over there. And finally, I would like to also mention that Pakistan is hosting a mining summit in Pakistan. It's going to be a conference of a very large magnitude. It's going to be in the first week in April 2025 in Islamabad, which is the capital city. We are hoping to invite most big operators, mining operators and service companies. So it will be a great opportunity to network and to understand what Pakistan mining sector has to offer. With that, I thank you for your participation, but before we leave, I would like to, as a symbol of gratitude, I would like to give some souvenirs to my panelists. If you could just bear with us. Please bring this in. Next up.
This is for me?
This is for you, sir. So I would like to add that these are not plastic replicas. So these rocks were actually collected from the actual mine sites. I mean, Meher is standing over there. She sent a number of people over there, and they physically picked these rocks, and then we had them mounted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't ask me what they are, but
don't ask me.
But it's a real rock, Tim.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your participation. With that, we close the session. We thank you for your participation and thanks for coming. And do drop by our stand around the corner. And remember, April 2025 in Islamabad, we are having a conference. Thank you. Sir.
You gotta focus on what's real, man.
Starts. Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone. Thank you very, very much for coming to this first presentation on the future of water in mining, sustainable water management, and management of mining brines. Water is actually the second most valuable asset on a mine after the ore body itself. There is almost no process in the mining industry that doesn't require water management. And the newest frontier of mining technology is actually mining the water itself via mining brines. Due to the arid conditions in Saudi Arabia, most fresh water comes from desalination, managed by the Seawater Conversion Corporation. The water is then transported by an incredible network of thousands of kilometer-long pipes and billions of cubic meters by the Saudi Water Transmission Company to give security and resilience to the system, including strategic storage tanks throughout the country. Water is then distributed to the population and to industry by the National Water Company, and when they are finished using it, the water is treated and recycled by the Saudi Irrigation Organization, which takes care of all of the treated sewage effluent from industry, farming, and mining. This complex system is all regulated by the Saudi Water Authority, who is here with us today. And they are also at the forefront of research and development in water technology. These systems, which manage billions of cubic meters of water every day, comprise the largest and most advanced water management system in the world. And its efficiency is one of the reasons why Saudi Arabia has been able to build such an incredible mining industry. Water, as mentioned before, plays an essential role in most mining and extractive processes, and responsible water management is critical to the business case for the mining sector at large. Managing mine-impacted water often requires customized water treatment plants, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to the design of water treatment plants. One of the greatest challenges facing mining operations is the development and management of their water resources. And it's important that every operation prioritizes the efficient use and reuse of every single drop of water that is involved with mine site operations. This also minimizes the long-term environmental liabilities that could result from mismanagement of water resources. Water is so important that in my home country of Canada, we have an entire conference just dedicated to water in mines. There's also a new paradigm at play in that we are now mining the water itself. Mineral-rich brines, from lithium in Argentina to potash in Canada and uranium throughout the world, are all the new frontiers where we believe we might be able to find the critical minerals that the world so desperately needs. Saudi Arabia has a long history of being at the forefront of water management technology. From the beginnings where water was essential to the oil and gas industry, to some of the largest scale desalination plants in the world. And as Saudi Arabia prepares to become a major player in the world of mining, its water management industry has had to step up to enable that to happen. We are very lucky to have with us today some of the guiding lights in the Saudi Arabian water management industry. Starting with engineer Mohammed Al-Sheikh, Deputy President for the Strategic Partners and Local Content at the Saudi Water Authority. Engineer Tariq Al-Ghafari, Deputy President for Research and Promising Technologies, engineer at the Saudi Water Authority as well. Engineer Rakan Al-Dabazi, the General Manager for Corporate Business Development at the Saudi Water Authority. And last but not least, Engineer Sufyan Mohammed Boudeh, the Vice President of Operations at the Saudi Irrigation Organization. I will start with Engineer Mohammed. Critical minerals for the energy transition. How does effective water management enable Saudi Arabia and the region to leverage critical minerals for local and global energy transition initiatives?
Well, thank you for having me in this session and this important event in Saudi Arabia. Well, everybody, when you think about water and minerals, they might find it difficult to find the relations between these two sectors. However, it has a lot to do with mining water. Saudi Arabia is the biggest desalinated water producer in the world by far, and that makes it very viable for us to do the brine mining. And who's not familiar with the brine mining, it's to utilize the discharged water and to extract the valuable minerals from the discharged water. So in this sense, I think it is a big opportunity for us to utilize this the brine and to have it, reinvested in other sectors and other fields like energy and sustainable energy and clean energy. Lithium, for example, it can be extracted from the brine mining. There is a research. Engineer Tariq, he talk more and elaborate on this topic, even solar and so on. So that's from the brine mining sector. The proper and efficient management of water sector in Saudi Arabia, which be restructured recently to serve the purpose and the goals of the Vision 2030. And one of the important goals is to have to improve the reuse of water for irrigation and for other purposes to serve the purpose or the aim of circular economy. And the mining itself, it's one of these fields and sectors that will depend heavily in water supply. Knowing that will increase our reuse of water for domestic use from now currently maybe around 16 to 15 up to 70% plus. That will be a great supply for mining industry in the kingdom, can be rely on and depend on in the future, and also dependent to grow its base in the kingdom. So yeah, answering your question, it is very important to have efficient water sector, to have it restructured, to have a set of goals that cover the whole value chain and manage it in a very balanced way to have the water sector to serve the water sector goal and also to support other sectors such as mining to grow even and improve the economical aspect of the industry.
Excellent, thank you so much. Engineer Sufyan, you work with the Saudi Irrigation Organization. Can you explain to us how your organization interacts with the mining industry?
First of all, thank you, Amanda, for your introduction. Good morning, everybody. It's my honor today to be part of this panel to share with you Saudi Irrigation Organization effort in order to enhance and expedite the utilization of the TSE water in mining sector. In my work, I have received many questions that what is the relationship between Saudi Irrigation Organization and the mining sector? The history of this relation started in 2021 when SIO transformation plan has been done to in parallel to the application for 2030 vision, lead to have a national water strategy. Therefore, in 2021, the responsibility of transporting, distribution, and sale of treated water become part of the SIO mandate. Despite the fact that reuse is located at the end of the water supply chain, it plays a crucial role in achieving sustainability as well as integrated water resource management by maximizing the benefit from the existing resources while preserving the economical, social, and environmental impact. It's worth mentioning that SIO is not responsible for providing treated water for irrigation sector and municipal sector, but also for the industrial and mining sector as well. Directly after the responsibility of the TSE has been added to SIO, the first MOU that SIO has signed, it was with mining sector, with Ma'aden company, lead to have a huge implementation of the infrastructure to provide TSE water to the mining areas in Saudi Arabia. So far, we have reached up to 50,000 cubic meter of treated water to be reused in the mining sector, and in the SIO 5 years plan that we have ongoing construction for the trunk line to provide the new mining sector with the additional 160,000 cubic meter of treated water.
Excellent. As we've been discussing, water is incredibly important, and incredibly huge volumes are required in order to both extract brines and also extract from brines, but also to transport and treat and desalinate. Research and development is at the absolute core of, and new technology are at the core of being able to do this efficiently and commercially. So, Engineer Tariq, this is very much your area. Could you discuss with us what some of the most innovative projects the Saudi Water Authority is working on right now?
Thank you. So there are several projects that we're looking into, but when it comes to mining in brine mining and mining from wastewater and the water utilizations for mining, I think my colleagues have put a lot. But when we look at the value, we always try to maximize the benefit of the desalinated water. So, which means we need to increase the amount of water, the best. So that means we can increase the recovery. But at the same time, we look into the byproducts. Lately, we have been successful to extract a lot of different minerals, like the sodium chloride at a very high purity, which can be utilized in pharmaceutical industries and many other industries, as well as magnesium metal and bromine. These, we think, are the feasible minerals that we can extract from the brine, and we have developed the pilot plants for all of them, so we are able to extract them. And just as a reality and fact, when you look into the water distribution or the water journey in the kingdom, in operation, why do we link mining to water? Even in terms of operation, there is an effect in the desalination plant, we call it fouling. And fouling basically means the occurrence of some minerals in the membrane and so on. So these foulings is basically a formation of minerals when we look into them. So that gives you an indication that the water contains a lot of minerals that can be utilized. And now we are in a very mature stage where we can utilize these minerals in a lot of different industries. And maybe I can refer to many examples. You can maybe look into the lowest point on Earth in Jordan, the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea has a very concentrated water. The concentration of minerals in there is around 200,000 parts per million. And that's what we have reached. We have even reached higher in terms of concentration. We reached up to 220,000 parts per million. You know, in Jordan, it's already economically feasible that they produce a lot of different minerals like the bromine, and they produce potassium, calcium, and sodium chloride, and yet they transport it to other countries as well. So for us, I think, referring back to your question, the most innovative in this field specifically, when we look into the zero waste of water, we call it, this project is under execution currently in a commercial phase in Hagel, where we want to utilize every and each drop of water by maximizing the production, but at the same time utilizing all the minerals available in the water. And we have a lot of now projects as well in the downstream for the wastewater, where it can support the pharmaceutical industries and the fertilizations industry for agriculture and so on. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
It does, and it follows on for the next question. I mean, this amazing research and development and technology is incredible, but the question is, can it be commercially effective? So, Engineer Khan, what do you believe the new investment opportunities are for sustainable water systems? What are the key opportunities you think you can extract from water in the kingdom?
Yeah, you mentioned at the beginning, Amanda, that we are producing millions and or billions of desalinated water. This desalinated water is associated with a byproduct called brine. And the brine, we saw a huge potential and opportunity, as mentioned by my colleagues, by extracting these elements and minerals and being valuable to the market. This will be add value and added opportunity, let's say, to the industry. Currently, we produce around 31 million cubic meter of brine. In Ras Al Khair, alhamdulillah, we have two potential investors of extracting this brine. They will allocate around 1 million cubic meter a day. They will be extracting, as mentioned by my colleagues, the missing elements or let's say compounds in the region, similar to calcium bromide or sodium bromide, sodium chloride. All these going to be produced from the brine mining. And also we see a huge opportunity in upcoming project that will be associated with this industry.
Excellent. As someone who spent her entire life in mining, whenever you have a byproduct that could be valuable, you get very excited. Engineer Mohammed, let's talk about water recycling. What role do you think that water recycling technologies play, such as zero liquid discharge systems, in enhancing the sustainability and reducing the environmental footprint of mining operations?
Well, yeah, I think it has to, we should focus on 2 points here. It's enhance the sustainability, financial sustainability and economical model of the water desalination, since that you are utilizing and investing, capitalizing on the minerals that would be produced from this technology. That will improve even the desalination process itself in terms of the cost. That will be reduced. Now, recently, the cost of producing cubic meter of desalinated water now significantly reduced by research and continuous development and innovation. Now that will be also a great breakthrough to the industry, that combining the concept of mining and the desalination itself in improving the sustainability of the industry of desalination in economical field or aspect. Also, it has other side of sustainability. I mean, the brine itself, it's a byproduct, and it is seawater, and it have the same characteristics of the seawater. Having this zero liquid discharge from our industry, it's improve even the minor any changes in the surrounding and preservation of the environment. It will be very good point for us, added to the economical factor that I mentioned earlier. So of course, yeah, it is very important area, and it's area for research and development, and you can see globally a lot of research and papers and attempt for such a project. Here in Saudi Arabia, we have, I believe, in Hagel, we have some project in this, and it seems very promising in this regard.
Very exciting. But that brings us next to treated sewage effluent. I was hoping that Engineer Sufyan could explain a little bit more what treated sewage effluent is and how it can be, the mining sector can effectively integrate treated sewage effluent into its operations, and also how that aligns with Vision 2030's goal of 100% treated sewage effluent utilization across all sectors.
Before answering this question, Amanda, I would like to emphasize that yet the target of reuse is 70%, not 100%. So allow me to break the answer into 4 dimensions that is aligned with the 2030 vision objective. The first dimension that we have to consider is the excellence. Saudi Arabia aspires to be a global role model of excellence by leveraging sustainable practices across all sectors. The second dimension is that integration. Integrate the TSE into the mining process is a critical factor in order to reach the 70% reuse target by 2030. This target will be inclusive for the next years, of course. However, for the 2030 is still 70%. The mining sector can utilize the TSE water in many practices. One of them is for the dust controlling. The second one would be for the mining process itself. The third one for the cooling system. Imagine that the water that will be utilized by TSE itself will keep the environmental safe by have a huge reduction in utilization of the groundwater, and will keep this groundwater for the future generations. The third aspect that or the third dimension is the economic diversification. With this effort aligned with the broad aim of optimizing water resources while supporting the economic diversification. The fourth and the last dimension is the creating more jobs by robust infrastructure that will be constructed in order to provide the water for the treated water for the huge mining sector. As I mentioned earlier in the previous question, that we have a huge infrastructure, more than 500, 600 kilometers, 550 kilometers to be built for the new mining sector. This one will create more jobs for the infrastructure company as well as the mining sector itself.
Excellent. Moving back a little bit to brines, which are the result of many of these processes, how do we think we can turn brine management into a pillar of environmental sustainability? How can it be a catalyst for environmental change? Engineer Tariq, could you explain how this brine management and how this brine works directly with environmental management?
So when we consider environment, we believe that the brine does not have an impact on the environment if you are following the right regulation. In the kingdom, we have a very strict regulations on how we dispose the brine, and maybe I will highlight some of these points in here because there are a specific type of diffusers, and you have to do a lot of studies. These studies takes around 8 months to be executed for the brine dispersed, we call it. When the brine is distributed into the water, we make sure that it's separated equally and it's going with the current, so it's not restricted in one area to affect the environment. And we have a monthly check on the outfall, which is the brine in the water, to make sure that nothing has an impact. And these data, by the way, are public. People can take a look into it. And we have other partnered country, who's been doing a lot of investigation as well and relying a lot on desalination, which is Australia. They rely heavily on desalination and they look into it in that perspective, and especially in the environmental. So we are comfortable in that manner if the regulation is being followed correctly, and that's what we do in the kingdom. And as a regulator today, we make sure that these are followed, and we try to enhance them time by time. When we look into sustainability and linking the water management and the brine management in general into sustainability, we always link it back to how can we maximize the benefit of each drop of water, and this is how we look into it. Okay, today, for example, most of the desal plant, they have a recovery of 42 to 43%. By implementing the concept, which we have got more than 13 IPs on, we can maximize that up to 60 to 64%. So we can increase the amount of produced water with the current ongoing asset, but at the same time, we can get the byproduct that can levelize the cost of water that we're looking into. So doing that has been helping and pushing a lot of different industry and creating new jobs, jobs that not even been thought of, especially when we talk about magnesium and bromine extraction. As we rely on them heavily in a lot of different industry, we consider to bring them from other countries, and now we will be one of these biggest producer if we proceed in this production. So we look into it as an overall whole, where we can enhance the sustainability of these and maximize the benefit of each job, but at the same time, making sure that you can produce minerals with way less or negligible amount of CO2 emission. We all know some of the heavy metal industries, but now it has been changed in Saudi Arabia, but in other countries, when you rely heavily on the burning and so on, it produces a lot of CO2 emission. But with the concept we're following, this will drop dramatically because you're using the same water that you're getting with no CO2 emission at all, because reverse osmosis is very environmentally friendly. And this is the concept we're going forward with. And moving to the other chain as well, through the transmission, through the wastewater treatment and reuse, the same pattern is being followed. And this is what we look at the Saudi Water Authority. And this is how we link internally between the R&D and the regulator, and how we can influence the market down the stream.
All right, so we're talking about how we've certified the technology and gotten to the place where all of the water coming out is being treated, and we've figured out how to extract the bromines and the sodium chloride. But the question is, at the end, under Erkan, can we do this effectively? What do you think the market potentials are for things like bromine, sodium chloride, and magnesium? And can the production that comes out, that is now an extra step within the Saudi water treatment plan, be cost effective and compete with traditional mining for these minerals and chemicals?
Let us start with what I believe the major, let's say, unique comparing the traditional and the prime mining. In any traditional mine, there is a cycle of the mining. You will be extracting this element, will be finished, you will be closed. In the brine mining, it's continuous process since you're producing water. You produce water, it's the byproduct, the brine. So in terms of continuous production of the elements and minerals, I see a huge advantage in the brine that came from the desalinated plant. However, when we segregate these elements and material, it's let's say it's everywhere. Sodium chloride, you can find it in multiple sources, the rock salt and whatever. It's all about the cost of extraction and the availability. We saw the brine, the bromine, and also the magnesium majorly it came from the brine. And by what our research and development effort, by maximizing the concentration of this brine to maximize the extraction of this element to be economic valuable to extract this element, I think we reached to this stage. We went from sufficient to efficient by capturing this product. And by producing these elements, we saw a huge potential market to this element, especially in oil and gas field. For example, calcium bromide. Calcium bromide can be extracted from the bromine, then you will be reacted with the calcium, you will have a calcium chloride. All these material it's imported currently from out the market. Hopefully, when we go to the brine mining and desalate the bromine and get the advantage of these elements, it will be cost competitive with the traditional mining. It will be more sustainable and hopefully more environmental friendly.
Excellent. So we're coming around to the end of the session. Can I ask each of you, potentially in order, what you think is going to be the technology um, that's going to make the biggest difference in achieving the Vision 2030 goals with respect to water management? Maybe we could start with you, Engineer Sufyan.
From my perspective, I think that the innovation, I will look at it from the reuse point of view, that to have a remote or portable reuse facility that will be allocated near to the mining sector. We can utilize any of the area around of us of the source of water, and feed this mining sector with the required water.
Excellent. So portable facilities, that's actually quite interesting. Engineer Tariq, what do you think is the most exciting technology that you're working on?
So there are, I think, it's very hard to say which one is the most exciting technologies, but I think there is a lot of disruptive technologies we're working on depending on the sector we're looking at. So I don't want to burn one for the other, but I believe all of them are moving into the right track with our team. But I believe to make a difference is taking into consideration the culture. Culture is the key for us today to drive the Vision 2030 and to have a positive impact into the market and the business and so on. So believing in that, I think, will make a huge difference down the line for everyone, everywhere, worldwide. Thank you.
Amazing. Engineer Mohammed, what is the forefront for you?
Well, as my colleague just mentioned, that it's difficult to highlight one specific technology, but from our experience in Saudi Arabia, that to have the right ecosystem for the water sector, and by restructuring the water sector and look at the whole value chain and the whole supply chain of water sector, and try to optimize the opportunity, accelerate the overlapped sectors in the water sector, I think it will create the right environment to accelerate the R&D and all the new technologies. So to have the right setup, to have the right ecosystem, you should have well-organized water sector that take care from the beginning, from the production until the reuse, and look what is the opportunity in terms of economical and technological way. So answering your question, there is no specific technology, but the setup and the ecosystem, it is the most important thing.
Makes a lot of sense, and it definitely contributes to circularity globally. Last but not least.
For me, I might be exaggerating here a little bit, but when Saudi Arabia find oil, they found associated a gas with it. We didn't know what to do with the gas. Then eventually we have a huge complex of petrochemical. I believe, Brian, will be the same as what we found. We desalinate the water, we're going to deal with the brine, as we deal the same with the gas in the petrochemical field.
So essentially you're turning waste into an opportunity.
Definitely.
Quite exciting, actually, both economically and environmentally. All right, I think that's about it. It's very exciting what you're doing with water in the kingdom. I would like to thank you all for coming and sharing with us. And let's hope that next year when we come back, we will see these technologies being economically applied.
Hopefully.
Thank you very much. And thank you everyone for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, Emma.
Okay, everyone, ready to get started? My name is Jim Paterson. I'm a principal of a mining exploration house from Vancouver, Canada called Discovery Group. And we've got some great panelists today. Our topic is deploying new technologies to leapfrog towards advanced mineral production. So we've got 5 leaders in technological innovation that will be sharing ideas today. We'll get started right away with some intros. We'll start at the far end with Mr. Katase.
Jim, I'm Hirofumi Katase, and I served in Japanese METI, Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry, for 35 years. During my tenure, I was deeply involved in a wide range of R&D, such as aerospace and energy. I also had the privilege of overseeing Japan's entire R&D programs. 7 years ago, I concluded my government service as Vice Minister, and I joined IPAS. We are pioneering the applications of high-pulse power technology across a broad spectrum of industries, including energy, mining, and beyond. So I look forward to sharing what we are doing today, later. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam?
So I am Adam Simon. I'm a professor at the University of Michigan, where I do research on the formation of different types of critical mineral ore deposits. And using the results of R&D, we spun out a company about a year ago that uses new technology to expedite discovery of critical mineral resources and improve heap leaching operations.
Great. Pia.
Hello, I'm Pia Karhu. I come from Metso, and I'm heading the minerals business area at Metso. And for those of you who don't know Metso that well, so we are a technology company, service company operating in the mining and aggregates industries. And our strength is truly the wide offering that we do have, from comminution to separation to tailings management. And then also we have a strong offering on the metals refining area, so quite a wide offering. Of course, core to our business is the renewal of our technology portfolio and serviceability of our technologies. So that's the angle where I'm coming from to this discussion. Great to be here today.
Thank you, Pia. Don?
I'm Donald Sadoway. For 44 years, I was a professor at MIT, where my area of research was in applied electrochemistry, and of relevance to today's session, a lot of metallurgical extraction technologies for aluminum, magnesium, titanium, rare earths, and so on. And I've since stepped away from MIT and started my own company called Sadoway Labs, where we're looking at radical innovation in metals extraction from different sources of ore.
Thank you, Don. Pascal?
Thank you, Jim. I'm Pascal Lacourie. I'm the CEO of EPC. And I'm the partner of our joint venture, local joint venture, MCS, with our partner, MCC. Abdulaziz with us today. I've been on the chemical industry since 25 years, on different positions of management strategy position for increasing our footprint, EPC footprint in Middle East, Asia Pacific. Before I was in Europe and South America. EPC, it's a company, and MCS, we are specialized on explosive manufacturing and all the service associated, drilling, blasting, so mainly for extraction in mining. So our motto is enabling mineral sustainability, so we can talk about it a bit later.
Excellent, thank you. So you're in for a real treat. We have an incredible lineup of experts. So just reminding everybody about the topic, it's incorporating technology to really advance the mining sector forward into production. So starting with you, Mr. Katase, can you tell us a little bit about the application of pulse power technology in the mining space?
So first of all, high pulse power, or HPP, is a revolutionary way to use electricity. It compresses a very small amount of energy and releases it at extremely high power. For example, HPP can harness energy equivalent to that stored in your watch to generate 1 gigawatt of power for just 1 millionth of a second. We have industrialized this application of HPP in a wide range of areas, but today I will focus just on mining. Using HPP, first we have developed a Typhoon, an advanced geophysical survey system. And this enables us to survey 5 times deeper and 100 times faster than conventional method. It's already commercialized, and in Saudi Arabia, we are in partnership with Marden to explore 48,000 square kilometers. Secondly, we are also developing a cutting-edge drilling technology, which combines HPP with a conventional PDC drill bit. And so far, we have already achieved 70% cost reduction as compared with commercial technology, and we are planning to industrialize it by the end of 2027. Lastly, we are now, and this technology is initially targeted for oil and gas and geothermal, and this technology can be applied for mining applications as well. Lastly, we have advanced rock crushing technology that could cut energy consumption by 80% from the conventional one. And finally, I'd like to share a very small secret about how we approach in deploying these technologies to truly leapfrog the industry. And this is that we are trying to be a user instead of a supplier of technology as much as possible, because this will be the quickest way to deploy our technology and also maximizing the value of a new technology. Thank you very much.
That's great, thank you. I'm going to mix it up a little bit and call on Don to tell us how he thinks we can leapfrog using technology the industry forward for mineral production.
Well, I think
Don.
that
Yeah.
I think that the leapfrog is to consider vertical integration. You know, if you take a look at all the minerals that we have in society, very few of them are used as minerals. They're used as metals, and sometimes as fine ceramics. But it's very rare that you pull something out of the ground. I like to tell Robert Friedland, you cannot draw copper wire with copper ore. And so I think that there's opportunity for the industry to vertically integrate right from the mine face to the final metal product. Why not? So that's my short take on it.
That's great, thank you. So Pia, can you tell us a little bit about the opportunity in coarse flotation?
Yeah. So as Metso, of course, we look at improvement opportunities across the whole minerals processing chain, and there's interesting opportunities across. One of the topics that we are working on at the moment is the next generation coarse flotation solution. I mean, coarse flotation is not something new. The concept has been there for 20 plus years, but also the challenges of the current applications are known to the industry. So we have taken the challenge together with our customers to look into what could be the next generation coarse flotation solution, and quite interesting concept that we are working on at the moment that allows us to solve the current channels of fines and also the excess water uses as part of the process. So I think very interesting development area. It can reduce energy consumption of about 30%, up to 30%, reduce water usage, and all of that. So can be quite an interesting solution for the mining companies. And of course, the interesting part is also that what is the whole flow sheet around the coarse flotation and how we can also then reduce the footprint of the whole mining operation. So looking forward to further developing that one. At the moment, we do have a pilot plant as part of our own operations, and we are working together with a few customers to actually bring that to our customers' sites.
Excellent, thank you. Pascal, tell us about the digital backbone.
Digital backbone. So that's something we develop, and we have really tailor-made, I would say, with our customer to improve the ore extraction. So that means when we talk about digitalization, we have to make sure all the stakeholders, and I'm talking about the mining operator, mining contractor, which are a bit different, and they should have the same objective, of course, by increasing the profitability and the productivity, but as well to work on for the sustainable extraction operation. So we are with our Vertex integrate platform. We plug different software and hardware to measure, to collect data in order to analyze and optimize the operation from especially on the drilling and blasting operation. But as you may know, I'm sure you know, this part of the extraction has got a big impact on the downstream operation. So the objective is to reduce the ore dilution, and on many cases we managed to reduce by 30% the dilution of the ore, because you have to respect the resources, of course, and we have to respect as well the environment, and to decrease the waste, the tailing, for example, to decrease the gas emission, in order to increase the acceptability of the mining extraction. So that's our digital solution is something has been built, designed by blast engineer for blast engineer. Okay, so something easy to implement. Yes, our customer and one of our big customers here in the Kingdom is Ma'aden, and we try to help them and to achieve their objective, because we've got a common objective.
Right. Excellent. So we're talking about mining. Before you find the mine, how can we focus our efforts? So Adam, maybe talk to us a little bit about hydrogeochemical opportunity.
Yeah, so what our company does is generates primary data using the composition of ground and surface waters collected from anywhere on Earth. We measure the isotopic abundances of every metal from lithium to uranium, and we have used data from every type of copper, gold, silver, zinc deposit to train a model that allows us to use the composition of water to fingerprint specific sulfide minerals in the subsurface at 100% accuracy. So if a mining company is interested in searching for a deposit that contains chalcopyrite and supergene chalcocite, using only water from an area, we can tell you with 100% accuracy, yes or no, that water chemically interacted with chalcopyrite and supergene chalcocite. And we can distinguish metals in water that are simply the result of background. We also have used the methodology to help improve heap leaching. So we are able to analyze pregnant leach solutions, and we can use the composition of pregnant leach solutions to tell a mining company the exact sulfide and oxide minerals that are being weathered in the heap, which is extremely valuable because heaps are notoriously heterogeneous, both with respect to mineral abundances, mineral type, and grain size. So we can help companies identify which minerals are being weathered, which allows companies to tailor the chemistry of the lixiviant to maximize the production of metals from a heap. And then lastly, we use the methodology to help companies fingerprint metals in the near mine environment. So using water samples from monitoring wells, we can use the metal isotopic composition of those waters to unequivocally distinguish metals in the water that could be coming from mining operations, including tailings, from metals in the water that are simply present as background. And we're the only company in the world that can offer these three forms of technology.
Very exciting. So we cover all the entire evolutionary scale of the mining sector here. So I'll start with you, Pia. With all these great ideas, how best do we incorporate technologies and get them into the ethos and actually commercialized? What's the best way, you think?
Yeah, I think, again, in this panel and during the days here in FMF, we have heard a lot about innovations, ideas, and I think the breadth of it is very exciting. So then the key question really to me is that how can we accelerate the innovation development and then the adoption in the market? Because the targets are clear in this industry and in this sector. So how can we together really accelerate the adoption in the marketplace? And I think in our discussion, innovation is bigger than one company. We as Metso can do only so far, and I think you share the same point of view, and truly it does require collaboration already on the innovation phase. So at least what we have learned in our innovation projects is that earlier that we involved customers or partners on the ecosystem, the quicker we are actually able to develop the innovation and then actually bring it to the market as well. So I think that's crucial. These innovation projects tend to be very long, I mean 3 years, 5 years, etc. So the key thing in my mind is that how can we half the time to market with all those great things that we can offer for the customers.
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of great ideas are trapped in the closets of universities around the world, never to emerge. Mr. Katase, you made a very good point that you were saying you try as much as possible to use your own technology commercially, and in a way you're lucky to be funded in order to do that. Maybe talk to us a little bit about, personal usage of your own technology.
Yeah, so we have established our own mining company.
Yeah.
And now it has been spun out as Ivanhoe Electric, listed in New York Stock Exchange. But the basic idea is that if we have a very disruptive technology, it's very hard to persuade conventional players to adopt it. At the same time, if we can afford to establish our own mining company, this company will be the best in the world. This is the basic idea.
Right. Don, how does that fit with your vertically integrating statement you made earlier?
Well, I think that people are hesitant to adopt radical innovation because it's fraught with risk. And people would like to innovate without risk. And so then I think the burden falls on the shoulders of the innovator to demonstrate at least the emergent scale. I mean, you can't expect, if I invent the technology for Boston Metal, and you say before an iron ore miner is going to look at steel making, I have to demonstrate steel making at billion tons per year. That's a pretty high bar.
Yeah.
But at the sort of entry level, where people will say, I think that can scale. But the burden is on the shoulder of the innovator.
Yeah.
And that's why the university stuff doesn't go anywhere, because it's on the lab bench. That's not big enough. So I think everybody knows what the role is. Just get to work.
Normally we'd finish with that kind of strength, but we definitely want Adam to talk about it because he works at a university, so this is actually literal description of the life you lead. So talk to us about that.
Yeah, so it was about 1.5 years ago that an academic collaborator and I tallied up about $15 million that we had raised from the US federal government to do research and development, and none of that was commercialized. So coming to conferences like this and meeting people in the mining industry and listening and trying to understand what could add value to the fully integrated mining supply chain, we decided to spin out the university R&D that otherwise, Don is correct, it would have just sat on a desk somewhere and never would have seen the light of day.
So Pascal, you're, just one second, Pia. Pascal, you're in industry. How often are you presented with technology from outside external sources, and how do you deal with them internally to try to adopt them?
We try to capture the benefit of the technology from the different stakeholders, in order to provide an integrated solution. That's absolutely key, because the part where we are struggling when you want to move things on the mineral industry, but it's the same on the cement industry or elsewhere. When you want to implement something new, you struggle on the management of change, because of course you have to adapt the operation in order to implement the new technology. So that's really, and it's like this in the kingdom, it is like this in every country. you have to be close to your customer and to supply the service to make sure they get the best or the most of the innovation and the new technology.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on actually the great work that universities do in the front of innovation, and we actually work a lot with the universities as well. And because different kind of players are needed, so we really value the primary research that is done at the universities and also the lab scale testing. But then I think when players like Metso are then needed after that one is that we have the capability to scale something that is laboratory size to first the pilot plant size and then further on to commercial plant size. And actually, typically the questions that we are facing with our customers when we talk about innovation is that you know, how large you can scale it and how fast.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, also the price point of the solution, the cost. And that's when the players like OEMs are critical to bring the experience and value add that we have on the table. And yes, the origin can be actually research done by the universities. And then furthermore, I mean, the version 1.0 is the only version 1.0. Then the importance is that how does the technology perform actually in the production environment? What is the maintainability of it? What is the safety features of it? And that's when the development again starts. So I think that's really crucial part of the innovation is that you continue actually developing the concept and make it more cost efficient, more productive, more maintainable, etc. at the marketplace, because then that's when you really increase the value of it for the end users.
Yeah. Mr. Katase, would you say that the partnership that you formed here in the Kingdom was your largest scale to date?
Not quite, because the initial application of our Typhoon technology, the initial Typhoon was applied in Mongolia,
right.
Finding Oiturgoi copper mine. So this was first application. And since that, we are applying this technology around the world by ourselves. And of course, in terms of the size of the area, this Saudi Arabia project it may be the biggest.
Excellent.
But this is just one case. We are doing the same with BHP, for example, in North America.
Okay. But this is a great example commercially of how your technology can be applied at a broad scale. It's very exciting. John, do you have any closing words for us that will empower us and encourage us to go forth bravely?
I think we've had some excellent comments here from the other members. I would like to congratulate Adam for taking this step to jump off campus and make science in service of society. So that's good. And maybe I might say something that's a little bit harsh, but I think in some measure, much of the university research doesn't move off campus because it's not answering a question that anybody wanted the answer to in the first place. There's this natural tension at the university where the professor has to be a scientist and a scholar. And the goal is to make research that is publishable in the scientific literature. The other goal is to invent technology that is useful for technology's sake. But that's not necessarily what gets funded by the agencies. So it's remarkable that anything gets out of the university. So I'm very optimistic.
Great. Okay, well, please give our panelists a big hand. Excellent work, everyone. Great insight.
Thank you.
Are you Govind? Oh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. One of the buzzwords that we hear frequently these days is interruption. People often ask, who are the interrupters, or how can we interrupt an industry or a sector? Well, BCM International, which is the mining services company I represent here in Saudi Arabia, have been interrupting markets for nearly 100 years. The company had its beginning during the 1920s in the residential riverside suburb of Bayswater in Perth in Western Australia. Now, this was a time when the population had started to purchase the newly invented mass-produced motor cars that had suddenly become available. The advent of motor cars meant that there was nowhere to park them at people's houses. There was no driveways at each house in which to park the car, or a driveway to get from the street into the garage at the house. So a small enterprising company called Frederick List and Sons sensed an opportunity, and they started to build those driveways under contract, loading and hauling laterite gravel from family-owned gravel pits using horses and winch tipping wagons. So a real world away from the modern mining equipment that the company uses today, but effectively disrupting the way Perth's suburban streets looked and functioned forever. So it turned out that driveway construction contracts proved to be highly successful. And later, Frederick's son, Harold, rebranded the company to Bayswater Contracting. And then, as successive mining booms rolled through Western Australia, bringing opportunity with them, the company reinvented itself again. Bayswater Contracting became Bayswater Civil and Mining, and the BCM we know today was born. The company took on its first mining contracts in Western Australia during the 1960s, when the Australian government changed the law to allow the export of iron ore into the vast and hungry East Asian markets to the north of Western Australia. Later, as the gold price spiked in the late 1970s, the massive West Australian gold reserves, which had economically supported the early development of the state late in the previous century, once again came into play. And BCM was there once again, enjoying considerable growth with remote area mining contracts throughout Western Australia. Now, by the early 1990s, BCM had branched out of Australia and into West Africa with huge success. And then into East Africa, followed by Central Asia and major gold and zinc mining contracts in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. And recently, a project of national significance in Jordan, in the Middle East, where BCM continued to mine oil shale to provide vital electricity for the Jordanian electricity grid. Since the 1990s, BCM has now carried out in excess of 86 major projects across 13 countries. Now, that's a lot of mining contracts, a lot of equipment purchases and procurement, nearly all of it spent within the host countries. And it's a lot of people employed and trained. It's a lot of community programs, and critically, it's a lot of successful contractor-client relationships. And those clients include the likes of Anglo Gold, Barrick, IM Gold, Billiton, Newmont, Rand Gold, Ararat over in Jordan, Endeavour Mining, Goldfields, and the list goes on. BCM also owns and operates 3 gold mines in its own right, as well as actively developing exploration tenements in Cameroon and Sierra Leone, showing the company's willingness to not just limit itself to contracted mining services, but also to own, develop and operate mines, either as a sole owner or as a joint venture partner. Now, BCM has its sights set on entering the Saudi Arabian market. So why does BCM want to break into the Saudi market? Well, why wouldn't we? The minerals sector in the kingdom makes a whole lot of sense to us. Firstly, we have a stimulating and stable investment environment supported by clear regulatory and legislative frameworks. We also have a rich mineral endowment and smooth procedures for licensing and permitting. Alongside these factors, the industrial and mining ecosystem offers a complete package of incentives to better attract mining investment. Furthermore, the Kingdom is witnessing a full developmental renaissance revolution based around Vision 2030. So the mining sector stands out as a potential primary driver of economic transformation that is underway. So I'd repeat, why wouldn't we want to come and participate in this market? So that beggars the question, what does BCM bring to the Kingdom? Well, we bring to the Kingdom a company that's been in operation for nearly 100 years. We bring over 40 years of large contract mining experience. We bring a company that has capital in excess of $500 million deployed, which is generating revenue of over $300 million per year. And it is active with offices and operations across Australia, Africa, and the Middle East. We bring a company whose asset register contains 60 excavators ranging from 100 to 350 tonne capacity machines, close to 250 dump trucks ranging from Cat 777 to Cat 793 sizes, 50 track dozers, 50 wheel loaders, 25 graders, 50 blast hole drill rigs. We bring a company with a mining pedigree second to none. Additionally, we bring a highly committed and innovative staff numbering close to 2,500, whose experience, skills and knowledge forms an invaluable mining DNA. And now BCM want to bring this DNA and make it available to clients in Saudi Arabia. So what competencies does BCM bring to the Kingdom, besides the previously mentioned century of continuous contracting experience? Well, BCM's competencies cover civil earthworks and road buildings, tailings storage facility construction, mine management and planning, blast design, as well as dewatering, production drilling and blasting, and of course, load and haul. BCM also bring a strong exploration drilling capacity through our fully owned exploration company called Drilling Solutions, who provide diamond drilling, RC and RAB requirements. And all of this is held together by BCM's ISO accreditations 9001 and 45001 for our management systems. So in the fiercely competitive world of contract mining, reaching our full potential as a company demands unwavering investment in human capability development. And one of BCM's most formidable strengths lies in our ability to transfer skills and build local capacity. And we achieve this by offering comprehensive competencies and drive professional growth for our staff and employees, many of whom hail from extremely disadvantaged communities where we operate. A robust skills transfer program manifests itself in numerous ways, such as increased productivity, equipment uptime, effective dilution control, but most importantly, it significantly enhances safety performance. So BCM's proud to have recently achieved over 10 million hours without a lost time injury at a site that we operate for goldfields in West Africa. Now, LTI, it might be an old school measure in some respects, but it's still a useful indicator of our company's performance and priorities. So if that was not enough, BCM also bring to bear the actual funding and capital that is often the lifeblood of any large-scale mining project. And BCM do this through a strategic partnership with Bayswater Capital Partners, which is a specialised project finance and investment team based in Zurich, ensuring the appropriate access to the required capital. So I guess my mission today is to ensure that the mining companies among you know that BCM International is now present in the Kingdom and that we are hungry and we're looking for both mining services contracts, but we're also looking for partners who have mining deposits and are willing to work with us to bring mines to life. So if you're looking for assistance with project pricing to enable your feasibility studies, we're there for you. If you're looking for a contractor to participate in a competitive contract tendering process to supply mining services, we're there for you. Please include us in your tender invitation lists. And if you're looking for a partner to work with you to jointly own the mine, fund it, and then develop it and operate it, we're there for you as well. So look, please come and meet the team. We're at our booth just in the hallway next door in the Gold Sponsor exhibition area. We have on hand senior management, also our business development team, as well as our representatives from Bayswater Capital. So alternatively, drop us an email, and thanks very much for listening to us, and please make contact if anything that you've heard today strikes a bell with what you're trying to do in the Kingdom. Thanks very much.
that for hours.
I do as I'm told.
It works better that way. Okay. Ah, yes. Okay. I don't, maybe this is on. Yeah, it's on.
I'm not sure if we should.
Oh, yeah, your mic is on.
Mics work?
Oh, yeah, it's on.
Sort of put myself a little bit this way so I can see everybody. Okay. Start? Well, welcome everybody and good afternoon. My name is Ken Hoffman. I lead McKinsey's global battery raw material group, and I spend quite a bit of my time looking up and down the battery value chain and what's going on globally in battery systems. We're here to talk about breakthroughs in battery materials, particularly for storage applications, which has easily been the hottest growth sector of the past year. I'd like to introduce the panel. We have from Sadoway Labs, Professor Don Sadoway. From KAICC, the General Manager of Future Energy Technology Institute, Dr. Hussam Kassem. And from the International Finance Corporation, IFC, the Chief Investment Officer in Energy, Green Hydrogen, Metals, and Mining, Ignacio D.
Calonge.
Thank you. I actually have a couple slides to show. It wouldn't be a McKinsey speech if you didn't have at least a couple slides to show, and they're very simple slides. The first slide just shows, in terms of the growth of the battery industry, I think probably the biggest misconception has been there's been a slowdown in global battery demand. That is simply not true. As a matter of fact, our numbers have continued to be incredibly strong in terms of long-term demand. And one of the biggest areas of pickup we have seen has been stationary storage. Looking at how impactful stationary storage can be, if you have a wind or a solar farm, you can, by using stationary storage, drop your overall cost by 40%. And so one of the biggest drivers for stationary storage is economics. So I think that is one area that's been moving. And look, the stationary storage market has been helped by the drought, particularly in LFP cells. We're hearing prices out of China as low as $40 a kilowatt hour. And we think sort of like long-term prices of semiconductors come down, probably the long-term price of batteries come down. However, there's going to need some innovation for us to get there. We were asked by a company who builds server farms to look at every potential battery technology that we could come up with at the time. This is about a year ago. And one thing that surprises a lot of people is it's not just lithium-ion cells, and that's basically all we have. And I'm sure, Professor Sadoway, you could probably find more battery technologies that we didn't even include on here. There are many, many different types of ways and systems to hold electrons. And not to say that all of these systems will work, but when people talk about, will be massive bottlenecks and there's no way around getting energy systems lowered, just know that there's a lot of optionality when it comes to this industry. But I first want to start with our host, Dr. Kassem. Could you explain what KAICC is and how the kingdom looks at technology.
Okay, thank you very much, Ken. Really an honor to be among speakers here. So, just a brief, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology is the National Lab of Saudi Arabia. It is usually the entrance of futuristic technology or gate to futuristic technologies to the kingdom. Internet started there. Quantum, we are doing it there. Genomics research, vaccine research, all started there at the National Lab. And one of the things that we are looking at now is battery. Battery research is very important. It is, as we all heard, His Royal Highness yesterday, Abdulaziz bin Salman mentioned how energy security is becoming more and more reliant on mining, specifically minerals, critical minerals that are connected to battery technology. So we believe that we have also, we are a proponent that energy security in the future is very much dependent on these critical minerals and the health of the mining sector. From our point of view, I'm an energy guy, and energy transition and future electrification and mobility is very important, and we all see that it's going toward electrification, it's going toward batteries. As you mentioned, energy storage systems and mobility is very important. So these all require minerals, not only quantity, but also different type of minerals that we have to explore and to exploit our resources here at the kingdom. So that's, I think, our distinguished speakers will have a global look at it, but from a national aspect, it's becoming a very, very, very important. Of course, it's a business question, but it's also a national security thing. Maybe we can talk later about it from our point of view here as a national security when it comes to battery. But yes, it's very important that we think in Saudi Arabia. From our point of the national labs, of course, we're doing different things. From our point of view, we want to make these batteries safer in the short term, especially when it's applied in our environment, our harsh, a little bit, could be unique environment. But in the midterm, we want also to explore high energy density batteries, lighter, that will help in mobility, in aviation, and also in biotech, wearables, implementables, something that could also be digested. But also in the future, we want to have security when it comes to the supply chain of the minerals themselves. It's very important that we explore other minerals and materials, similar to the variety that you're mentioning here, Ken. So that's in short what we are intending to do here as National Lab in terms of battery, in alignment with the national objective mentioned by His Royal Highness yesterday. But also, I think it's within the trend of the global trend that is going on right now.
So Professor Sadoway, you're sitting here looking early 2025. What is the state of the battery industry, and what is your advice, as really much of the West is so early days in pursuing this industry? What is your advice to companies looking? Is it only lithium ion and there's nothing else?
No, lithium ion is deeply entrenched because it was the first battery that came out in the early 90s that had the energy density that warranted the handheld devices. We could have built a laptop computer in 1985, but if we were going to put a lead acid battery in it, the runtime wouldn't be worth the effort. But with lithium ion, for the first time, and had a little bit over 100 watt-hours per kilogram, that enabled so much of what we have, laptop computers and mobile phones. Now, it has since migrated into larger mobility packages, namely electric vehicles. I remember in the 90s going to conferences where people said it would be morally irresponsible to put the lithium-ion battery in an automobile, a pack of, say, 50 kilowatt hours and up. But that's changed. So, as was mentioned at the beginning, there's still a tremendous need for massive stationary storage at scale. And the lithium ion is not the right fit for that. As you go larger in size, the threat of fire gets larger. Small battery, small threat. Big battery, big threat. And so there's room for improvement. And then the second point about the concerns about secure supply chains, we need to think about battery chemistries that are sourceable locally. That is to say, without involving such long distances that there could be some geopolitical friction that could interrupt the supply chain. And so, for all of these reasons, I'm very optimistic. There's plenty of room for innovation, and I'm very happy to be an electrochemist in 2025.
I was an investor for many, many years, and sort of one of these Warren Buffett guys who tries to think out 10 years, 15 years. If you put that hat of a long-term investor, which of the battery technologies do you think show the most promise?
Oh, you want me to pick one right now?
Well, pick a few.
Well, I think that people are going to look for alternatives to lithium. And there's a limited set that's up in the northwest part of the periodic table. So you already have on your chart some efforts at sodium. People have tried with magnesium, but magnesium is cursed. It just does not perform well in a rechargeable battery. The one that I would look strongly at is aluminum, because aluminum is the most abundant metal in the Earth's crust. It's even more abundant than iron. Most people would be shocked to know this. So why does aluminum cost more than steel? Well, because the aluminum oxide is bound much more tightly than iron is to its oxide. So it's easier to extract iron. But aluminum is pervasive. So those are ones. And then, of course, we need to have the concomitant electrolytes that can give us the performance. And then on the other side, what we call the cathode, the positive electrode, there's plenty of room for innovation there. If I had to choose one, I'd choose sulfur. It's most abundant non-metal. An aluminum sulfur battery would be dirt cheap, absolutely dirt cheap, and perfectly non-flammable and sourceable anywhere on planet Earth. Why don't people invest in it? Well, because they're in love with that which they know. They want radical innovation with zero risk, and I can't give you that. They're orthogonal. This is innovation, this is risk. More innovation, more risk.
Ignacio, what is the role of the IFC in promoting the growth of the critical minerals industry?
Yeah, so obviously we're focused on, for those who don't know, we're IFC with the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. So as IFC, we invest in private sector projects and companies, approximately $50 to $60 billion a year in emerging markets. And so we're focused on emerging markets. So I think the question for us is how do we catalyze batteries and storage solutions in emerging markets? And a few years ago, we announced a sort of a $1 billion initiative as a World Bank Group with the aim to mobilize at least $4 billion into storage solutions in emerging markets. And again, the question for us is, where do we play the biggest role? So we can play a role in the innovation. We do have a venture capital team. We, a few years ago, we invested in Zincair, a battery company, and so we do have some ability to play in that sort of innovation space. The reality is that innovation space, it's really for the VC investors in the US and other places to really bring that dynamism in terms of that innovation. So where can we as the IFC World Bank play a role? Well, we can definitely play a role in deploying those technologies into emerging markets. And so we've been doing that a lot in battery storage solutions, lithium ion. We've actually worked with Aqua in Uzbekistan in incorporating battery storage solutions into renewable energy projects. We've done the same with Masdar, also in Uzbekistan, and a number of other instances. The World Bank is also helping governments look at how they can facilitate regulation that will enable battery solutions in Africa, in Burkina Faso, in South Africa, et cetera, et cetera. So we're trying to ease the way for the deployment of battery solutions. And that's sort of with my energy hat on. With my mining hat on, we're trying to see how we can get all these elements available so that we don't see some of those price spikes that we've seen in whether it's lithium or other. And that's really the challenge. I think that's actually the biggest challenge, is how do we marry two worlds together, an old world which takes 10, 15 years to develop a mining project and will need to have 15, 20, 25 years of visibility of cash flows. How do we marry that with an extremely dynamic world of battery solutions and other storage solutions where chemistries are constantly evolving? We've seen what's happened to, even in lithium-ion batteries, and how chemistries have evolved in terms of cobalt and nickel content and all the rest. And so how do we place, and we're a very long-term investor, how do we place those long-term bets in this ever-evolving world? And frankly, there is no easy solution. So you were saying investors don't want to take risk, but unfortunately that is the case, particularly. We play both equity and debt roles. Equity, yes, we have a bit more freedom to play the game and take a portfolio approach and sprinkle here and there. But if you're a debt investor and you're investing in a vanadium project, and vanadium, 95% of vanadium is coming from 3 countries, and vanadium is going to go up and down, and you've got a 10, 15-year loan to a vanadium project, you're going to be mighty uncomfortable for a very long time. And so I think that's really where we're trying to find solutions. Part of that is actually to ask governments to backstop some of those risks, or big companies to backstop some of those risks. But again, those are sort of financial solutions that we have to find to really unlock this, because otherwise it's going to be chicken and egg. And we're going to see this volatility, and we're going to see these ups and downs, and things will end up by happening. We're seeing the lithium industry, the depth of the lithium market has been growing and growing, and hopefully stability, there will be more and more stability to it. But we have to try to find solutions to that, particularly as some of these chemistries evolve.
The problem we have is being an investor in metals and mining for over 30 years, so I include myself in this subsect. Investors tend to be incredibly stupid. They want to invest when prices are incredibly high, and they don't want to invest when prices are incredibly low, which makes absolutely no sense from an investing standpoint if you try to make money, but it is a fact. When lithium prices were $85 a kilo, these conferences were busting at the seams. When lithium prices are $10 a kilo, you can hear crickets in the hallways, which is exactly the wrong way to look at things. However, governments have much longer term viewpoints. And the Saudi government, by hosting this amazing conference, shows its commitment to sort of the long-term view of batteries. How is KAICC how do they view current battery technology investments, LFP, NMC, lithium-ion, relative to the future that Dr. Sadoway, Professor Sadoway has talked about?
Well, we're blessed actually with the Vision 2030. Vision 2030 actually have long-term objectives that are naturally and organically sustainable, green, and has all of these elements that is just long-term. When we look, for example, at the net zero goal by 2060, that won't happen without batteries. When we look at the goal of energy mix of 50% renewable energy penetration into the grid, also, that will be really, really hard to do it without batteries. PV plants tend to over-operate when it's very sunny and when it's cloudy. So the connection between battery systems and renewable energy system. Also, you mentioned previously about the wind turbines and how they are connected to they need to slow them down when it's really windy and store that excess energy. So the connection between battery and renewable energy is not just a privilege or luxury, it's actually intimate connection. So we cannot reach to these Vision 2030 goals without thinking of batteries and thinking of future batteries, for example. And I'm really encouraged by Professor. The professor mentioned technologies or materials or minerals that are aluminum phosphate. That's really interesting. And I would like also to pick his brain about other technologies, for example. What do you think of solid state technology and what have you? Specifically, when we think about high energy density batteries. I know manufacturability is hell when it comes to that, but do they have future, for example? Because we are now, okay, it's a very, very big announcement that has been done yesterday by His Royal Highness, mentioning that energy security is now based on mining and technologies associated with minerals and critical minerals such as battery. This is a big view or a big shift. So we are now looking into all type of these minerals, all type of these technologies, learning about them right now and bidding also. Do you think also to our investor, I would like also to learn, I'm sorry taking some of your question, but in terms of also investing in this risky, high risk, high reward, for example, technologies and mineral, would that make sense, for example, in terms of investment, in terms of government? Because we're still answering your question, still formulating what technologies we're going, what minerals we're going for the long term and for the midterm.
So, Professor Sadoway, you advise a lot of these companies. The one I had visited, Pure Lithium in Boston. How do you advise a company that has a completely novel, new approach to batteries to progress their company to actually become commercially available? And you can talk a little bit about what is Pure Lithium's technology.
Yeah, so Pure Lithium is a company that I co-founded in 2020. And it's focused on not lithium ion, but lithium metal. So to your point, the higher energy density, because the lithium ion battery has the graphite in the anode. Graphite is just a host, it doesn't contribute anything. And the energy density of graphite containing lithium is less than 400 watt hours per kilogram, milliamp hours per gram, let's use that unit. Whereas lithium metal is almost 4,000, it's about 3,860. So it's almost 10 times. And so that's the first point. The second point is we now know that China is putting an embargo on the export of graphite. So we don't need it. I don't fight, I don't sit down across the table and negotiate. I invent them out of the picture, right? Now on the other side, we chose something, I don't want NMC or LFP, that's all stuff for lithium ion. So we went to a vanadium oxide, which is a lithium ion host, doesn't require any lithium and so on. So that's the ends of the sandwich, and then we invented a technique that allows us to extract lithium from brine. So we have integrated both the primary extraction of lithium from a primary resource, which could be brine, and the brine has not come from China. It's all available in North America. It's available here in the kingdom. So you can make batteries in Saudi Arabia using Saudi Arabian resources with citizens of Saudi Arabia. So the idea is to you let these people become authors of their own future. That's the idea. You create a technology, you think about these things from the beginning. So Pure Lithium has demonstrated the technology. We're making batteries about the size of 3 amp hours, which is about the size of the back of your iPhone. Now, to answer the moderator's question, what's the next step? It's to demonstrate that it works at scale. So now we have the expensive piece, which is to develop the manufacturing facility. Now, mercifully, the manufacturing facility has a strong resemblance to the manufacturing facility for lithium ion. So we are looking for partners that will help us manufacture at larger scale. Because until we demonstrate at larger scale, no OEM is going to touch us. But I want to just take people back. We're going to take a little journey in the time machine. And the year is 1990. And those of us who remember that time were carrying their first mobile phones. They were not smartphones, they were candy bar phones or the flip phone and this sort of thing. And we had the very first laptop computers. and they were all running nickel metal hydride batteries. We were so happy. And then along came lithium ion with much higher energy density. But people didn't just jump to lithium ion. They had to see that it worked at some minimum scale, minimum viable scale. And that's the point. That's what pure lithium has to demonstrate, that the lithium metal, I call it LVO, lithium metal with vanadium oxide, that once they see that, then you'll start to see people migrate over because they'll be comforted by the fact that they're not going to be surprised by price spikes, supply chain constraints, and so on. But it's a tough, we call this tough tech. You know, I'm in Boston, not Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley gave us fantastic modern technology, software, AI, all this stuff. But when it comes to tough tech, you don't see a steel industry in Silicon Valley, and you don't see new battery manufacturing in Silicon Valley. For that, you have to go to the East Coast. And that's where we're on that journey. And I'm very happy when somebody else succeeds, and I'm very sad when another battery company fails, because it sends a chill through the entire investment community. Then they say, oh, don't touch that one. It's a very hard journey.
It is true, and you're right. Sometimes you see CEOs root when one of their competitors fails. In this industry, that's the worst thing to do.
No.
But there are so many different battery technologies. Ignacio, when all these different companies come to you, they're all looking for funding. How do you decide who to fund and who not to fund?
Well, I mean, I think that's the thing. I think for the less developed sort of technologies, there really is no other option than to take a portfolio approach, frankly. You know, unless you want to sort of gamble your house on a horse. And so I think that is really, and that's what my point was before in terms of where there are sort of VC ecosystems, or you know, the type of investors that will be able to take that portfolio approach and spread their bets. I mean, that's sort of at least the early stages of these technologies. I think, you know, later on in terms of the scale up, that's another sort of challenge, as you were saying. Because one thing is to sort of do pilots and et cetera, and then when it comes to do the scale up, then you're talking about additional money, and then, you know, typically it's a different type of investor or that has to come in, and that's sometimes a no man's land, or it's a more difficult. And I think there, you know, if you have, you know, governments or other types of entities that can support that, and you know, I think here in the Kingdom there's a lot of support from government for those types of initiatives, then that can plug that gap, because that's sometimes really the most difficult sort of funding to do that initial commercial scale up and manufacturing. Then once you get above that, then it's again easier sailing, because then, you know, you have proven your technology, you've got a number of commercial scale projects that are using it, you know, and then there's the track record, and that's easier. But I think that's that middle ground sometimes, which is often the most difficult. You know, you got the VC bettors, that's fine, they spread their bets. You've got the more traditional investors and lenders once things are fully scaled up, but it's that middle ground, and I think that's where whether it's governments or other types of investors really have to come in, and that's sort of what we're trying to sort of see how we play that role, at least in emerging markets.
KAICC is fairly new to the battery industry, but you have a long track record of developing other technologies. How do you compare the battery industry to other technologies that KAICC has developed?
Yes, so KAICC was founded in the 70s on a sustainable project with a partnership with the NREL, National Renewable Energy Lab, SERI then. And it has been part of our DNA to do sustainability project, futuristic projects, but also in good partnership and in quality partnership and impactful partnership. In terms of batteries, yes, we have success. We have done now a very important initiative when it comes to semiconductor. Yeah, it took us maybe 7 or 8 years, starting from 2010, 11. Our VP here, Dr. Saeed, has been leading that effort in semiconductor, but the race toward battery is much, much faster. We are required now by the leadership of KAICC to do similar success and similar hub and similar facilities. And this is answering your question, Ignacio. We're trying to fill in that gap between the companies, investors, and the consumers, and see exactly how can we build facilities that will connect, for example, in terms of testing, in terms of building pilot lines, for example, to test for new batteries in an inclusive manner, any type of materials that we are doing. So KAICC is doing that. So what we have been doing in semiconductors for 7 or 8 years, now we are required to do it for batteries in less than 2 years. And that's our challenge because the race is so high. I just learned yesterday that the Philippines are doing very important big lines, fabrication, manufacturing lines for batteries. Morocco also are being doing manufacturing line. The race now is not limited or controlled to specific countries, but I think it's very open. And now from our point of view of KAICC, we want to aid or enable and accelerate this transition to be a leader also in the battery world. That's what we're doing at KAICC.
Now, I know this is being taped, and I'm curious if you could say I have a new battery technology. How do I work with KAICC? How do I work with the Kingdom in order to see your interest and potentially have a partnership with the Kingdom?
So we are, for now, for example, the ecosystem in the battery in Saudi Arabia is still not big. We have Lucid Motors, we have Seer, and we are working with both of them. For example, we are building the EV testing lab with Lucid. It's going to be launched soon. But also we're working with developing new type of materials that are safe in harsh environments. Dendrites, I'm sure Professor Sedway knows that. It's really fixed batteries in a negative way, but we're trying to incorporate nano diamonds and graphene, for example, flakes to somehow suppress these issues, making them safer. But as I said, for the short term, we want to make it safer for the environment here in Saudi Arabia. In the short term, we want to have higher energy density batteries, going back to Professor Sedway's point. But in the long term, we want to source materials within Saudi Arabia and explore Saudi Arabia for more materials that could be incorporated in batteries.
It is quite amazing. I mean, we were talking about a time machine and going back in history. No one could have seen all of the developments that would have occurred over the last 20 to 30 years. No one have seen the cost developments of batteries coming down so significantly. And so I think the future is very, very bright. A conference like this with so many people who really come together to try to solve the problems that we're facing and continue to come up with new innovations, I think is just fantastic. We only have, I think, a few more minutes. Any last thoughts to leave the audience? Professor Sadoway, I'll start with you.
I think that it's just follow on to the moderator's comment. I think it's a bright future. We understand we want mobility, and the future is electric, and you have to carry electrons in your pocket. You have to carry electrons in your car, and so the ability to store. Without storage, we have nothing. Then we're plugged in. If you look at an airport back in 1990, everybody was panicked and they were looking for a power outlet to plug in their device. And now people go freely. And the only reason is because we have a battery that is giving us the freedom to disconnect. It's so liberating in so many senses. So it is to us what Gutenberg with the printing press enabled people to carry the knowledge in a book with them anywhere instead of having to sit and read the one. And this is fantastic.
Dr. Kaisen?
Yeah, yes, so I think His Royal Highness talk yesterday was more than enough, but I think, as he said, energy security, it has been historically in oil, gas, and other technology, but now it is becoming more and more, as he mentioned, toward mining and the supportive technologies that comes with critical minerals, such as batteries. I think that for itself is a very major announcement. We think that innovation is a cornerstone toward enabling that, enabling the connection between mining and energy. In the middle is the gearbox, where we think is the battery. So I think innovation in the battery section is very, very important.
We have some people who came from McKinsey, the first time they've ever been to a mining conference, and they said to me, is this the way every mining conference is around the world? And I had to say, absolutely not. This is really the creme de la creme of conferences. It's really amazing the commitment the Kingdom has made to critical minerals and battery development. Ignacio, last one.
Yeah, I think it's really remembering why we're pushing on this, and at least from a World Bank Group perspective, yes, it's the energy transition, but it's also, we have, for example, an initiative to connect 300 million people in Africa who are currently not have access to reliable, clean, and affordable electricity. And storage is going to be absolutely critical. We have actually a summit happening in Dar es Salaam where we're bringing together all the major heads of state and development institutions to face this challenge, particularly in Africa. And I think some of these solutions, whether they be incorporated in distributed generation or other sort of grid-connected sort of solutions, is going to be key to connect those 300 million people in Africa. So it is, yes, important in the US and China, etc., but it is absolutely vital in places like Africa to really provide that electricity to those people who aren't properly connected at an affordable and clean way. So that really is what's driving us to support this.
Well, that's fantastic. And I'd like to thank the panel for great combinations and thank everyone for joining us for this panel. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thanks.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yes, please.
It's not very popular. Oh, you can hear me. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
I thought that you were there, but you are here.
Cool. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the most exciting, the most fantastic panel session that you will see this afternoon. Yes, I can see you're all really excited for this. Well, what we're going to do now is we are going to explore the wonderful world of technology delivering nature-positive outcomes. And what does that mean to the world of mining and raw materials? I'm joined by a fantastic panel who we have here. My name is Dr. Sarah Gordon. I'm originally an exploration geologist, but I now spend my life in the world of sustainability. But what I'm going to do is invite our panelists to each just take 10 seconds to introduce themselves. So, Dr. Osama, would you like to kick us off? And then we're going to go to Dr. Stacey.
Sure, thank you, Sarah. My name is Osama Fagiha. I am the Deputy Minister for Environment in the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much. Stacey.
My name is Stacey Hope. I am the Managing Director of an organization called Women in Mining, but relevant to the conversation, I'm a partner in a sustainability consultancy firm focused on climate solutions called ERM.
Thank you, Stacey. Didier.
My name is Didier Zimmerman. I'm the Business Development Director of an organization named EIT Raw Materials, that stands for European Institute of Innovation in the raw material sector, and minerals and metals. And we are an organization of mostly 600 members.
Thank you, Didier. Ellie.
Good afternoon, Alison Atkinson. I'm the Group Director for Projects and Development at Anglo American. And the development bit is really around technology and how we use technology to improve and deliver our mining operations.
And Kimmo.
Good afternoon. I'm Kimmo Tiilikainen, Director General of Geological Survey of Finland, GTK, and we are not only doing geological survey, we are also working with processing and beneficiation.
Thank you very much. So perhaps if you want to give a round of applause for our fabulous panelists. Excellent. You've got to get that applause in early, basically, to make sure it happens. But Dr. Osama, I'm going to come to you first, and I would just like you to perhaps explain to us what does this title actually mean to you? Because all of us can interpret it in different ways, but what does that technology delivering the nature positive outcomes actually mean?
Well, thank you. And I think really, whether mining or industry or energy or others, really deliver wonderful things to make our life easier, better. Whether communication, mobility, medical services, housing, accommodation. But also we rely on nature for that. We get our minerals from nature. We get our fresh water, we get a lot of our needs from nature. Our food comes from there. So we need to be mindful of how we do things, because you know, now the average person today consumes 300 times more material than a person who lived a few decades ago, just to provide for the amenities we need. The mobile phone, the laptop, the car, all of that, the furniture. So it comes at a price. And also, during the manufacturing, we produce chemicals and other material in amounts and type that the nature does not have mechanism to deal with. Nature always works in cycles. We get the raw material, we use it, we give it back to nature, and nature basically reprocesses it. And you find this in the life cycle of water and the life cycle of animals and others. This doesn't apply to human processes, where we are actually taking materials and basically use it and send it back to nature, where we actually now extract a lot from material in an unsustainable way, and we are giving waste. So, and I think now nature positive, in the extraction processes, we need to extract more efficiency, because now to extract certain material, we have a lot of product that could be, we could extract 1 kilogram of useful material for a ton of use. So we need to have made our extraction more efficient. That for each ton extracted, we use most of those. In the utilization, we need the material, once it comes to the use, be reused and reused again. So I would like to see the mining industry become into the material industry, giving the society the material, whether it is mined or recycled. So I think the biggest recycling company should be mining, because they deliver the material that we much need it, but we need to reuse the materials more and more and more. And I think we need to give back to nature. Again, if we look at, for example, land, we have, in the last few hundred years, 2 billion hectares of land has been degraded due to mining, improper agriculture, improper urban development, others. The outlook by 2050, we are talking about 6 billion hectares of degraded land. So this generation, God forbid, will be degrading more lands than what degraded in the last 2,000 years. So we have to be mindful of our technological capabilities has two sides. Not only give amenities to our life and comfort, but has a lot of negative impact to nature. So I think putting nature in mind in all the processes and try to really have positive interaction with nature, that's very important. Why? Because the ecosystem services that we get for free is double the size of our GDP, about $140 trillion per year of ecosystem services. Now, if we utilize natural resources unsustainably, we have less resources to use, and it will be more costly for us to produce and live. So we have to be mindful for that. And I think innovation and technology is a great enabler for us to achieve that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Dr. Osama. Maybe perhaps if I come to yourself, Alison, and from a company perspective, so Anglo-American engaged in some fantastic projects and also the development and use of lots of technology. What does this mean to you?
So from our perspective, when we're looking at developing either a greenfield or a brownfield site, being able to keep things in balance and very much of the ecosystem is really at the forefront of our development process. How mining and the extractive and the processing system is very energy intensive. It can be environmentally damaging the way it can be done, and historically we have a lot of history that shows us that we haven't always been as considered. And it can create noise, dust, and it's difficult to live around. So when you're really looking at the development of our mines and including our brownfield sites, it's really clear to us, and we spend time thinking and working through and putting in those solutions that minimizes our energy use and operations, the consumption that comes from that. We really look at how we reduce the amount of water that we use, reducing abstraction, recycling. We will invest in desalination plants such that we're not taking water from the communities and not taking water from the biodiversity that we have around our sites. And we also make investments in compensating for that too, because there has to be balance, and I agree around the ecosystem is absolutely critical. Technology also allows us to support broader than just the industrial process itself. It allows us to provide and build up expertise around our sites through education, through the next generations who are going to want to and be part of that. What's a really good job in terms of mining. Interesting. And with the new technology coming through, that only just raises the tide when it comes to the expertise that's required and solving the problems that society requests us to do. Because frankly, without mining, whether it's new extraction or recycling, we don't get to do the energy transition that we all know that we need to get to. So I see technology as something that really gives us an edge, and from a business perspective, actually can give you a first mover advantage in terms of what you're trying to achieve. And that's good for the industry as well, by leading by example and by getting that balance right, and it always will be. So that's probably what I think about that title.
Thank you, Ali. So technology can lead to that not only competitive advantage, but huge amounts of development, perhaps, within the country, the communities in which we're working. And Stacey, perhaps if I come across to yourself from a social science background, so myself, I'm a scientist, I'm surrounded by engineers and people like that every day.
We're not that bad.
In my professorship at Imperial College. But Stacey, from that social science background, where do people come into this?
Yes, and it's a great question and a great point that you've raised, Alison, in terms of that the balance in the ecosystem. It's not just about the environmental or the nature and biodiversity outcomes, but it's how do we ensure that people are taken along the journey. I must warn everyone that I am an anthropologist, so it gets very philosophical and sometimes spiritual with some of the things that I say, but in terms of what I've seen, especially recently, there's a growing demand for communities to be a part of nature-positive solutions for mining. But they're often left out of the discussion because we somehow disassociate technology and innovation with communities. And for me, this is where we see a great disconnect, because communities are very much a part of that ecosystem, and they often know where the barriers and challenges are to sustaining it and where we can actually develop and grow. So there's a very interesting incubator that's happened and that's continuing to happen where we invite communities and young innovators in biodiversity solutions to, especially for the mining sector, to pitch and to go and test. So they're funded to test these innovative solutions in order to see, well, what works, what resonates with the communities. But these have to be built with the communities and all the various stakeholders involved. And what we've seen from this is things that the mining sector have yet to actually hear about. It's about certain types of chemicals that can neutralize and then add value to whether it's desalinating water, but then also creating different ways in which we recycle and use water in different ways that we haven't actually thought about, whether it's breaking it down to the very minutiae of the biological makeup of water to create energy and other things. But for me, it's very much, I see with some mining companies that connection between the communities and technology and innovation, but then there is very much a disassociation. So when we talk about nature positive outcomes, yes, but for whom and to what extent? And where's the value placed?
So value being absolutely key, and often what might be considered as being valuable to one party might not be valuable to somebody else. So trying to find that shared value, I guess, between everybody. Kimmo, perhaps if I come across to yourself, because we're grandly saying technology, being this sort of key to nature positive solutions, but developing that technology is easier said than done. And I know that at GTK, you've been building some fantastic facilities that actually allow us to develop some of this technology that can then be deployed across the sector. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sarah. So GTK has defined our purpose, what we are working for. Simple. We are helping society and companies to accelerate the transition to sustainable and carbon neutral world. And that means that we are straightly, for example, working with energy transition, supporting nuclear development, offshore wind power, geothermal energy, and hydrogen things. But then, in any case, we need a lot of materials to do this energy transition, and having more need of materials can't mean that we are at the same time disturbing more natural resources or nature. And therefore there is great need to improve material efficiency. And instead of just bringing new technological innovations, we must first have the thinking behind of the mining sector, that we try to optimize the whole life cycle of mines, starting from the deposits. Material efficiency starts of thinking the deposit, that it's not only beneficiating a couple of valuable metals, but also thinking, can we use the extracted material for other industries like construction and building products? So maximum amount of products with the extracted material. But then when we come to the processing side, so I show you just one slide. Hopefully it comes here. It doesn't come.
If we can get the slide up, that would be fantastic.
Anyway, when we are waiting the slide up, I tell you that GTK has very unique laboratory pilot plant facilities, and in there we are doing not only characterization of the deposits, but we have processing laboratories to develop the very efficient beneficiation. But when I talk about the life cycle, there is growing need to develop technologies how to recycle water, how to purify the water, and how to also manage the waste, the tailings. And that brings the whole life cycle, so that more materials, less waste, better recycling of water, and waste that is easier to manage without disturbing nature. So this life cycle thinking can make the nature positive contribution. The slide that we are missing, I try again. It was just to give you the scale of our research and pilot plant laboratories, because we have also industrial scale pilot plant to do this testing work to serve. Yeah, now we have it. So there you can see our laboratory is right there, the new one that we started this year in the right side of the picture, then the old one are the middle. The industrial pilot plant is on the left side. We have our own tailings area. We have elevated the walls and dams for the next 20 or 30 years needs. And something very special is the smart test field for tailings behavior to develop the tailings management. So with these facilities, we can help companies to develop their processing and beneficiation and waste management and recovery of water throughout the process. So with that kind of technology and thinking, we can help companies to deliver nature positive things, although they are growing their production.
Thank you very much, Kimmo. And I'm sure that the picture we're all looking at on the screen surpasses the glory that was in our imaginations while we were waiting for it to come up. But Didier, from an EIT perspective, you're no stranger to research and developing new technologies either, are you? Do you want to comment on what you think about the title?
Yes. You know, our mission is to support innovation, business creation, education, and access to finance. And each time we do select and support such kind of activities, we are looking at the fact that it should include sustainable practices. And this for each step of one commodity, for one company, and the other side you can use it for extract for another company, another commodity. We also do support innovation in circular economy, in recyclability, but also in recycling of end-of-life products, in slags, in co-products, and so on. We're also looking and we are encouraging all kind of innovation in the substitution of critical raw materials to avoid use of resources, production of waste. And at last but not least, we also do support reclamation, meaning using legacy mining sites for new activities such as agriculture or new facilities for energy transition. So far, we have invested nearly 600 million euros in such kind of projects to support from early stage startup to industrial scale-up. That brings us to nearly 300 new products and services on the market. And we also do support education that goes with respecting environment and diversity.
Thank you very much, Didier. So what we've got here is we've got the willingness and the excitement from the government's perspective. We've got industry coming to the table and saying, yes, we're going to make use of the best forms of technology to make sure when we are mining, we're doing it in the best possible way. From a societal perspective, there's this great balance and shared value that we can look for there. And then we have this wonderful world of research saying, okay, how do we discover these new forms of technology? But Didier, you just mentioned a little bit in terms of how much money it costs to actually do this, because this isn't free. Now, you gave us a big sum of money there. Do we need more than that to make this a reality? And then perhaps I'll come to Ali from the industry perspective in terms of how do we convince people that it's a good idea to pay for this? Didier?
Indeed, we need much more. We estimated at EICC Raw Materials that if we want to secure the supply of critical raw materials for the 10 coming years. The industry will need to invest in between 8 and 10 billion euros into innovation and into new facilities and so on. And looking at roughly, I would say, 10% of this value that should be invested in innovation, it means that we need to have a large number of nearly 10 billion euros investing in this. Sorry, my first number was wrong. It was 80 to 100 billions. So 10 billion euros is for innovation only. And for this, we have launched a paper recently that supports the raw materials industry for the coming years. You know that there will be in Europe the FP10 program, the framework program number 10 for innovation, and we have really called for at least 5 billion euros in this next program that will start in 2028 and in 2035 to support innovation and tech transfer.
Thank you very much, Didier. So it's all very well investing in research, but at the end of the day, it's a company that actually needs to make it work. And if that technology doesn't work or doesn't quite do what we're expecting, that's quite a big risk to take. How do we embed that trust in those people who are relying on us to get this technology to work? Ali, do you have any thoughts?
So it's a really interesting dilemma, because we know how stuff works today. We know actually how to extract minerals, and we know how to process that for what society needs, what the economies require, what the markets are buying. But it comes at a cost, not just in terms of dollars, but it comes at a cost to as we've been talking around the sustainability, our environmental and our societal expectations. As a company, what you're looking for is, can I trial and develop safely in the stability of my operations that I know how they work? And my premise is if you're not prepared to do that, you're going to stay behind. So there's a competition first mover advantage that comes from this, and being brave enough, and it does take bravery, to actually go trial something in one of your plants. So what we decided to do at Anglo American is we've set one of our smaller mine sites up as a test lab. So we'll do the R&D and partner really, really hard with academia, with national labs, with geological experts, but we will trial it out at scale at our El Soldado site in Chile. We've rolled out the development of our hydraulic dry stacking development. That's so important from a water management perspective, a waste management perspective, and actually from a flooding perspective, which impacts our communities around our sites. We've really test trialed our processing capability so that we can recycle the water and reuse that, so we're not abstracting. But we are prepared to invest and develop, but what we have to be prepared to do as well and say, no, that's not going to work for us, and move on really quickly. Because it's not meeting the credentials of financial, economic realities of the commercial world, as well as those principles that we work with, which is around societal and environmental benefit. So that's what companies need to do and to believe, and I believe it must be done in partnership. That's how the best ideas win, right? It's not your idea, it is the collective. And then being able to move that on is actually what makes the difference. But you, as a business, I think Anglo American is known for this as well, is that technology sort of can set you free in terms of when you're trying to solve for your mining, for your business, essentially.
Thank you, Ali. Kimmo, I know you wanted to come in.
Thank you. So, Future Minerals Forum and the Ministerial Roundtable called for cooperation, worldwide cooperation, and that is one key. And for example, when we are investing to these facilities, the new laboratory, it costs 20 million euros. Now we are planning the new pilot plant. It will cost 80 million euros. And we are offering our services worldwide. It's no sense to do that only within Finnish borders or with some neighboring countries. But we believe that the need of that kind of research will increase heavily. Of course, every company has at some scale its own research and development. It must have that way. But I think it's not a secret that, for example, in Anglo-American projects in Finland, we are offering services in our facilities for them. So we are very open to cooperate. There's no sense that in each country you are investing 100 million just to build some infrastructure without know-how how to use that. The know-how is even much more important than the infrastructure, and therefore the sharing the know-how, knowledge transfer and cooperation between nations, between research and private companies, that's something that is really much needed to tackle the challenges we have ahead of us.
So what we've got here is sharing that know-how,
Exactly.
co-creation, collaboration, people coming together to have those bright ideas that actually allow us to develop this technology, that give us the outcomes we want. Now, Stacey, you work with organizations from many different sectors, not just within this one, and many different organizations. Any hints as to how we can make this easier on ourselves and to get that collaboration to actually work?
Well, we have to convince everyone that who we're talking about, first of all, right? So there's a difference between an Anglo and a lot of the junior and mid-tier mining companies that I'm working with. And oftentimes, the conflict comes from the scaling, right? How do you scale? How do we finance this? For them, it's often a financing question as opposed to a wanting to do better. And getting the financiers on board to actually see it as a viable investment is another part of the equation. I'm not saying that financiers don't want to invest in efficiency, but defining what that efficiency looks like and how that connects and relates to climate resilience models, how does it relate to the bottom line vis-a-vis climate resilience models, is what we need to do a bit more of. We need to convince the mining companies, especially the juniors, that this needs to be a part of your business case. Because in other industries, that's what I'm seeing, but in mining as well. We also need to make the business case for financiers to say, well, actually, from the financial modeling, it makes more sense to invest in this mining company because they are taking this approach and they want to invest and utilize this type of technology. But then we also have to talk about the enabling environment, because policymakers play a very big role in shaping that, in encouraging investors to look towards these climate resilience models as viable ways in which to operate. If the policies state that we need to see more nature-positive solutions, if we're hearing the same similar messages in governments, then we have to invest. We have to change our mining models for juniors, for mid-tiers, but we also have to make it financially viable. So there are many different parts to this. It's what I'm seeing with many clients, especially when you go to the OEMs, but with the mid-tier and juniors, they're like, yeah, but with what money?
Yeah. So you brought into the conversation that enabling environment. Yeah. And I guess anytime you have a breakthrough piece of technology, it requires a catalyst. And I guess the catalyst for all of us being here today is yourself, Dr. Osama. So thank you very much on behalf of all of us here for inviting us to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to have this dialogue. From your perspective, what do you need from the rest of the world to help you optimize this environment in which technology really can help to deliver the nature-positive outcomes here within the Kingdom?
I think many of what has been mentioned, I think we need to bring the best practices, the know-how. We don't need to reinvent the wheel or establish the research. We have to build on the successes of others, what works in Finland or Australia and others. So we have to really benefit from the know-how. Our job here is to really create a regularity environment that incentivizes that. that encourages more sustainable practices. As we heard, it costs money to really be more environmentally friendly, to shift to more, innovative solutions. And that puts you at a disadvantage in terms of the cost as well. So the government should level the playing field and reward those companies who invest into environmentally sustainable technologies. Also, governments also has a share in financing innovation by linking innovation priorities to some national also funding schemes, which is we are doing here in Saudi Arabia. We have a national innovation strategy where we are actually providing funds to support some innovation that links to our national priorities. So I think, again, the government is a very important catalyst. It creates the regulatory environment that incentivizes certain behaviors and certain practices. And I think by really putting the right regulatory approach, we can incentivize that. Here also we created something called sectorial coordination committees. So we are establishing coordination committees for mining, for energy, for urban development. And what we do in these sectorial committees is we have the major operators, like in mining. We have the licensor, like the mining ministry. And we have the environmental sector. And they talk about the policies. And they could say, oh, by the way, this environmental policy is really killing us. We cannot meet with this now, but we can meet in 5 years. So we need to put a roadmap. So it's really a journey that have the government on one hand and the sector on the other hand to work together. It's not something we're going to reach in a delta function, It's a journey, and journey towards sustainability, toward more nature, and we have to bring all the factors together, whether it's NGOs or the innovators or the major operators and the government in dialogue. We as a government, we cannot sit in a closed room and put policies without listening to the industry and see what can be done, what the technology is delivering, and how can we have the journey not only technologically viable, but also economically feasible as well. Because the economics, if it's not economical, it is not sustainable. It will not work. And that's what we need to work together on this format.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Isn't it fantastic when you see all of these different component parts coming together? I think those of us who live and work in other parts of the world can certainly learn something from yourself. So with that, everybody, I hope that you have had a very enjoyable session here today. If you want to hear more about what each of our wonderful speakers are up to, I'm sure you can catch them immediately after this conversation now. But please join me in putting your hands together to say thank you for our lovely panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
It's great to have you all in here today. I'm pretty sure everyone in here today has had a glass of water. And if you have, I think you are the right session, because we're going to talk about water today. And essentially, we're going to talk about making water count, why it matters for mining, and how beyond just drinking water every day, we can actually make it a source of revenue for the mining industry. So I've got three very esteemed panelists today who are going to help me to really unpack this. So I'll just hand it over to them to introduce themselves, but more importantly, tell you about what they do and their connection with water. Carlos?
Sure. So my name is Carlos Cardinal. I'm Senior Vice President of Basic Industries for Nalco Water Ecolab. I went into the mining industry 33 years ago by accident, and am still here in the mining industry because how passionate I am about what we do and who we do it for. So if anybody knows anything about mining, which we all do, it is a water story. Yeah. So I think that's what the exciting part is.
If there is time, I'll love to hear about this accident.
Yes, absolutely.
Ahmed?
Hello, everyone. This is Ahmed Digna. So a PhD, I did my PhD in metallurgical engineering, United States University of Utah. Most of my work in alloy and composite because I work in KAICC in material science engineering department. And I'm interested in mining, and we are doing a lot of stuff in mining for water and, of course, for alloying and composite. Several things in material science division.
Great. Rafaela?
Hello, I'm Rafaela Guedes. Actually, I started in the oil and gas business 18 years ago and gradually started going to the mining. I was mentioning that there are a lot of commonalities. I'm a consultant, a senior consultant, and I work with energy planning, assessing it from the mining perspective and also from the energy perspective.
Thank you. And for myself, I'm Kwesi Ampofo. I am the head of metals and mining at Bloomberg NEF. My background, I'm a mining engineer. I did my PhD in mineral economics a few years ago in Australia, and I'm based in London at the moment. So I think let's start. And Rafaela, I want to start with you. When I read the topic, it was quite an interesting one because it talked about making water a source of revenue. And for me, the only time you can make water a source of revenue is if you met someone on a desert, very thirsty, and you sold water to him or her. But I'm quite curious, because I wanted to sort of understand how we can do this. And then my research took me to the carbon market, right? So who would have thought that one of the most polluting compounds in the world would become a source of business, a source of revenue for businesses today? As we speak now, the voluntary carbon markets are being traded where it's becoming a source of revenue for mining companies or allied industries as well. So I just wanted to pick your brain. Do you think that if we want to make water a source of revenue, we will probably be moving into the carbon trading sort of model, or are there other models we could explore?
Actually, I think that is a great parallel. And starting with the water, it seems to not have much value because we always have something near us to drink. But as time goes by, and depending where we're going, we can already see and sense the water scarcity. And as it moves on, I do believe that water will become tradable. It makes sense. It's not there for the moment. I think this is decades to come. But in some time from now, that could be. And then there's this parallel that I tried to think of when we were thinking of this, mentioning this, that the scarcity driver is there at the same thing that happened with the carbon market. So equitable allocation of the water will be something that we will see. Also, the commodification, water usage, it can be measured. Who's using more, who's using less, who's losing water to give more water to the mining or whatever segment, and also a regulatory push. So as time goes by, I think these three things will come along and will probably make it a tradable market. So that's my assessment.
I'm looking forward to this. And then $1 if anybody needs a bottle of water. So I think so that's it for the regulatory part. And you did, I like how you actually highlighted regulation as being a source of that revenue. So I wanted to sort of take it a step deeper into the operations side of things. And I wanted to start with you, Ahmed. Obviously, if you look at Saudi, we are in probably one of the driest parts of the world. And we've seen that the kingdom has done quite a lot of work because, like you said, mining is a water business. And so to be able to make mining the future pillar of the economy, you need a lot more water in order to process the minerals and do all these things. So I wanted to sort of hear your thoughts on how the kingdom is addressing some of these water use. Because I'm told, through my research, I was told that you're actually using municipal wastes as a source of water supply for some of these mining operations. And I'm quite curious what other countries can learn from that.
Yeah, sure. So let's think about long time ago before. So before even Saudi Arabia exists. So this land is called the Arabian land. So when the traveler was crossing this land, they are always avoid to cross Saudi Arabia, so this land, because of the shortage of water and desert. So from that point, Saudi Arabia, they recognize we have shortage in water, so we need to control water management. That's why Saudi Arabia become the global leader in the water controlling management in mining sector, and we are practicing on mining. So I will give some example and we give some tip for the company. So for example, you have Ma'adin. So Ma'adin, they use the sewage water. So of course we treat this water. So after we treat this water, we reuse it in the mining to clean or do flotation. A lot of stuff you guys know about this stuff, so we will not go deep in this scientific word. So you use this recycled water. Then also the city close to the Ma'adin or the mining area, so we use the sewage water and recycle them again and again. So this tip for the companies, you can invest for these cities and you can use the sewage water. Another example we use also the desalination water. So if we look to the north, close to the coast stage, so we have the phosphate. We extract the phosphate from there. So the government itself, we decide to build the desalination water close the mining. So we use from the desalination. So this is another example. Let's go for another example also. We use something called the water closed loop cycle system. So we always try to use the water from the mining itself. So we are not like using fresh water. And also the government itself encourage that. So if the company use more and more for the recycled water, so they, of course, they give a lot of stuff and they give credit for that. Another stuff, we live in the AI stuff everywhere is now artificial intelligence. So we use, as you know, guys, this sensor and this equipment, there is a lot of data generated. So we use IoT, Internet of Things, IoT. Then we decide and we manage controlling our plant in mining to become optimized, and we reduce always using fresh water. Another example also in my work in KAICC, we have something called Garage. So Garage is like a startup. We support the startup. So for the last 2 years, more than 200 companies, startup companies, I mean small startup. So we support them and we encourage them to manage the water or extract the mineral stuff from that.
Okay. Well, that's quite a long list, and I hope you're able to take some notes on, whether getting it from the sea or even technology or even municipal sewage waste. There's a lot we can learn there. So there are a few things you talked about that I would like to unpack with the panel. And I wanted to start with you, so Carlos. I think Ahmed mentioned technology. Mm-hmm. And I'm quite familiar with the work you do in Ecolab. So I wanted to sort of get your views on what are some of the specific technologies you're working with mining companies all around the world to sort of address this water management challenge?
Yeah, so look, the way I look at technology when we're talking about mining and water really are two things. Ahmed was talking about the AI and digital revolution that's happening in mining. I think a lot of people in the world have an image of mining about us with a pick digging underground and something like that. But if you go to some of the largest mining operations in the world, the control room, for example, might be 2,000 kilometers away. The mining industry has been using technology for decades, right? And when we can harness that technology, for example, there's companies like Stone 3 in South Africa that are using new sensing technology that wasn't available 5 years ago to constantly monitor the operation and measure things that were not measurable 5 and 10 years ago, applying algorithms and AI to have that 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week engineer on duty, right? So that technology is making sure that the plant is operating at the highest efficiency. When you're producing more tons with the same amount of water, by definition, you're reducing the water intensity, right? So that's one piece where the technology comes in, and I think is a critical one. The other more direct, again, talking to, about what Ahmed said, is we can now map the entire water circuit in a concentrator plant, right? And we can create a digital twin of that concentrator plant. And we can look at the flows and the quality of that water at any moment in time. So instead of an engineer having to walk by and say, hey, take a sample, 12 hours later we get the results, what's the quality of this water? If we know the quality of this water right now, maybe that water, instead of blowing it down and sending it to the refuse, we can bring that into another part of the plant. So increasing that recycle within the operation using technology so we reduce the specific consumption, essentially. So we want to get more tons in less water.
If I had a mine, I'll probably hand it over to you to handle my water, because those are very convincing technologies you talked about. But there's something interesting that you mentioned that I want to explore with you, Rafaela. Look, you talked about that engineer going on site, take the water, test it, and now, rather than having the engineer do that, you're going to replace that with the technology, right? And so, for me, the way I look at this is that, obviously, if there was a community of, say, 50 data collectors that were relying on these jobs or opportunities, it's potentially at risk, which we've seen happening a lot more in the industry. So, I wanted to sort of, how do companies hoping to sort of implement Ecolab's technologies work with the people to ensure that we don't have a net loss on labor or we don't have a net loss in communities? How can you sort of pair that with these technologies to ensure it becomes a win-win for people and communities?
Yeah. Well, I started saying that I come from the oil business, and it's equally the same and challenging because you need the licensing to operate. So while you're operating within the community, all the time the community will be looking and desiring or not desiring that company within the ecosystem. So it's really, really important to engage the local community, and this engagement happens through different forms. So promoting equitable water access. This is something important. We see examples of that all over the world, and I think we had a panel here. There were people from BHP, I'm not sure, but they were mentioning, and we can have other examples where if the mining operation is happening, if they are doing desalination, if they are doing treatment, so they also offer this water for these poor local communities that are around. Transparency and reporting, so that guarantee that the water that's being used is being delivered to the ecosystem in the correct manner. This is also something important. Job creation and training. So the people that are working within the community have access to also technologies and can be employed within the ecosystem. Minimizing the water waste. So there are education and awareness. Then the community education in general. So these are all forms that we should be using when tackling water that guarantee that the community is really embedded within the system and in the operational system.
Yeah, I think so. For me, the key thing I've just taken from these two conversations is that both implementation of cutting-edge technologies is not mutually exclusive when it comes to taking the communities along. And there are strategies you can ensure that mining companies are adopting cutting-edge technologies, but at the same time ensuring that it's inclusive within the communities as well. So there's something interesting. As Ahmed was also talking, I realized that the first place, which is the start, I think, Carlos, you and I shared a few days ago, is that it turns out the tailings dam, as you might have told me, is the source of is the biggest source of water loss in a mine. Okay, and over the last 6 days or 4 days since we spoke, I've been thinking, how can we avoid that?
Yeah. So, it's amazing how much water we use to do one thing, and that's take the spent ore and get rid of it. Put it in a place, far away, right, from the plant or the refinery. And we do that a lot of times with water. And the problem is, the limiting factor is we have to use a lot of water so that these pipes don't plug. So when I think about tailings and reducing the water report...
Maybe let's explain the whole slurry concept.
Yeah, so, when we're done processing and extracting that mineral that we want, we're going to combine what's left with a gracious amount of water so that we can pump it to what we call an impoundment, a valley fill, et cetera. And that's where the ore, honestly, is going to lie for decades, if not millennia, right? But we're using water to do that. So we have two options. The first option is, let's reduce the amount of water that's going out there. The way we do that is we have, between modern chemistry, modern equipment, modern monitoring, we can lower the amount of water that's used, essentially changing the rheology. How flowable is this mix? So now we're cutting, let's say, the water by 20 or 30% that's going out there. So you're not even dealing with it at the tailings pond. The second thing is once it gets to the tailing pond, a lot of this water is mechanically interlocked with the medium, right? So it's locked in there physically. And what we can do is we can use chemistry to what we call rapidly dewater. So we add some chemistry, we release that water immediately, and now we can take that water, and instead of it being stuck in the impoundment and evaporating, because that's where the water goes, it sits in the impoundment, it evaporates, and we've lost it. Now we recover that water and we bring it back to the plant, and that displaces well water, lake water, river water.
Yeah. And I think if you ever get the privilege to go to a mine site, do visit the tailings. So the name tailings, I believe, came about as is the tail end of the whole process. That is where the unwanted materials go to die forever. And we've actually seen incident happen in Brazil where, unfortunately, the water was not managed properly. So when it rained, additional water get into the tailings, and it breaches their barrier. And the unintended consequences is we lose life in the community. So it's a very important point you make, which sort of leads me to my next point. When we get tailings wrong, or water management in tailings wrong, people die. Communities get lost. Reputation of mining companies get damaged. Governments get into trouble. So then let's talk about sustainability, right? The 21st century mining company needs to wear two big hats, right? You need to wear one hat where you make shareholders happy. You need to make them money in order for them to also make you happy by giving you capital to work with. But at the same time, you also need to make your community within which you operate happy, to ensure that they give you the social license to mine. And especially at this time where capital is hard, prices are low, margins are squeezed, companies are not making as much profit as they used to, so they are cutting back on communities and all that, right? So my question to you, if we pick this from the lens of water, how can we use water as a tool to improve the sustainability of these mines, but more importantly, also make them equally competitive as operations? And I don't know, Ahmed, if you have any views on that, on sustainability, water, and competitiveness.
So as I said before, for the sustainability, when we use the recycled water and we do it like a closed loop system, that is like give a high impact to the environment. As we know, all these leaching process, flotation, it's full by chemical stuff, as Carlos mentioned. And so what we are trying always to do, like to reduce that by the closed loop. And also for the sustainability, we can build some, here in Saudi also, we have some harvesting water, rainwater, close to the mining sector. So what we are doing, we take, even the rain is not much in Saudi. But
yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Just for context, how often does it rain here?
Yeah, it's not much, but still we are using that. So all of this is, give impact to the sustainability.
Yeah. Good. So circularity, obviously, nothing goes waste. It's a way to manage that sustainability using water. Rafaela, I don't know if you have any point on that.
Yeah, I have some. There are the basic ones that we all companies must use, which is the efficiency, so water efficiency, so that we reduce the costs of that, especially in areas where we have scarcity. Improve the productivity from where we are producing, but also trying to get competitive advantage by differentiating your way of producing. So all mining companies that are doing this in a more sustainable or more socially friendly way, providing benefits to the community, all of this is taken into account to differentiate products, and I think that this will be more and more valuable over time.
Yeah, and I believe in that continuous value occurring as well, both for the company and for the communities as well. Carlos?
Yeah, look, I found out that the three of us have something in common besides mining, passion for mining. We all love to hike. I've got a new place to hike in Brazil. We were talking about hiking in Utah, where you did your graduate studies. So a lot of people think that that's a problem, right? We're in the mining industry, we're destroying the planet, but we want to go out and enjoy our nature as well. And I think that the way that we do that is through this, balance, right? And I think the really good news for the industry is that 10 years ago, conservation was a cost. Water circularity was a cost. It was negative ROI. A company had to have the ability to go to their shareholders or privately owned and say, we're going to spend money that we don't need to do the right thing. What we have found in the last few years is with technology and with the cost of water, that now we go to a facility and we map all the opportunities they have for water savings. 5, 7 years ago, 10 of 10 were negative ROI. Now, 7 of those 10 are actually a positive ROI, because we're taking water that we spent a lot of money to pump out of the ground, to heat up, and then we cooled it, and then we heated it again, and then we cooled it. Instead of doing all those cycles, let's heat it once and use it as many times as possible. So it is becoming very much a positive impact on the bottom line. So I don't think it's a question of one or the other. Can we have our hiking environment or make money? We can do both.
That's exactly what we should do. Make money whilst we go on hiking.
Yeah.
And look, at the beginning I did promise that if we had time, I'll come back to you with a question of, how did you accidentally stumble into mining? Were you walking and you tripped into a mining school? Or?
Well, so, a lot of times people in mining are multi-generational. Right? Or their community. Now, I grew up in Virginia, which is a heavy coal mining state, but I didn't have any friends that were coal miners. In fact, quite frankly, my dream was to work for Ford and build race cars. Right? So I'm an engineer, physics. But in 1992, when I graduated, there were no jobs in Detroit. And my best friend's father was the HR director for Reynolds Aluminum. And he said, hey, do you want to go interview for a job at a bauxite mine and refinery? I didn't know what that meant. But when they told me how much they were going to pay me compared to my wage as a student, I said, I'll be there Monday. And my thought was, I'm going to pay some bills, and then I'm going to go build race cars. But now, 33 years later, I'm still doing the same thing. And it's because of one reason, and it's the people. This business, the people, whether you are in China, Australia, Brazil, Saudi, you know a miner anywhere in the world, we all have the same DNA.
So I think, Keithan, you should make friends who would recommend you for jobs. I have a similar story too, because I was told what the salary was, and I'm like, I'm doing it. Ahmed, what got you into mining?
So my background is mechanical engineer. Then I did material science and engineering in Rutgers University in the United States. Then suddenly I feel like I need to combine material and mechanical engineer, because material science is full of polymer and chemical stuff. Then I said, okay, let's go to metallurgical engineer. So I did my work in metallurgical engineer, and you are there. Metallurgy, you need to extract all these metal, and you need to get all this stuff from rocks. You are there in mining.
Oh, good. Rafaela, 18 years in oil.
What came, well, it's different, totally different approach, but I am doing my doctorate degree in energy planning. And while doing that, I really needed to understand how to scale up the energy transition, and started looking, assessing from a Brazilian perspective, supply and demand, and what are the products and the energy we need and the technologies we will need. And going on that, oops, there's a gap. There's a huge gap on mining and the sustainable mining and all the minerals that we will need to make this possible. So then I started really digging into mining and understanding how can we scale up this production, and at the same time doing this in a sustainable way. So it was a different approach, but that's how I ended up in mining.
So what we have here is a big gap, PhD gap, solving a problem, stumbled into mining. Evolution of career from mechanical to material to metallurgical. And then, well, the unofficial one and the official one is the people. So before we leave the stage, I just wanted to sort of, let's throw in a crystal ball, right? 2030, 2050, if we were to come back on the stage and talk about water and mining, and you can be imaginative as possible. If we were to come back on this stage with the same lovely audience in the next 30 years, what do you think will be the most important thing we'll talk about between water and mining?
Look, I'll start with that. I believe the energy transition is here to stay. The question is, by region and market, how fast is that going to happen? Unfortunately, you know, the US, where I live, has kind of pumped the brakes on it, right? I mean, you're hearing about the slowing of EV sales and things like that. But there is one thing that is unmistakable, and that is the computing power, AI, digital revolution is happening at warp speed. And so whether the need for minerals is going to come from electric cars or AI and data centers, what we do is critical, and that is happening at a pace so much faster than what, quite frankly, I think the energy transition was going to deliver. When you think about a data center going up, I think it's every 3 days, like a $2 billion investment. I think we're going to look back and say, I hope we look back and say, if we didn't address the water, we would have run out of water before we ran out of data.
Good one. Ahmed?
If we return back again for next year, so what I'm thinking, like, we need to interact more, and we need to take more care about ourselves and the environment. So let's take a look for Industrial 5.0 now. We start to run. So the Industrial 4.0, it's more about machinery, and now for Industrial 5.0, it's interact more to the human. So it's machine and human. So what I wish for next is, so we need to interact more about our environment and about animal and about our health and our people.
Beautiful. More interaction. Rafaela?
Wow, I don't think there's much to add, and future is so variable, but I tend to agree with what Carlos was saying, and the mining will continue to be, and the energy necessary for all these, for all these processors. We're seeing this in Brazil, Northeast, coming up with a lot of energy needed to put up this computing processment. So definitely we'll need to be there.
All right, so audience, a round of applause for my panelists and for yourselves as well. Thank you so much.
And for the moderator that made it fun.
And for the moderator.
Yeah, we can put it now. Okay. Can you have the presentation, please? All right. With you? We can start? Okay, okay. I thought you were going to wait a bit. Okay, I guess we're starting. So thank you all for being here. We're going to be discussing as part of this panel, how do we accelerate the green metals production. So my name is Frederic Ozer. I'm a partner with Oliver Wyman, and I'm joined by 3 panelists who actually have a very practical experience of how to decarbonize metals. So why don't you please quickly introduce yourselves, Tadeu.
My name is Tadeu Carneiro. I'm the chairman and CEO of Boston Metal. I'm a metals veteran, worked with metals my whole life, very linked to all sorts of different metals, but especially with the steel industry.
Thank you.
My name is Nicolas Ber. I am the CEO of KAP. KAP is a Chilean, very old Chilean company. And now we are in basically iron ore, rare earth. We have an industrial division that has 2 projects that we will comment a little bit more, and the infrastructure division.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Irina Gorbanova. I'm head of XCarp Innovation Fund for ArcelorMittal, which is one of the largest metal and mining companies globally, and pleasure to be here. I've been in the industry for more than 20 years, so very passionate about this particular subject, and very much look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So allow me just to set the scene with a couple of slides, and then we'll move to the discussion with the panelists. So, what are we talking about? We know that metals production is responsible for about 9% of global energy-related CO2 emissions. While we have seen a reduction in the emissions intensity per unit or per unit of revenue, due to the sheer growth of that sector, still the CO2 emissions have increased significantly by around 50% over the past 6 to 7 years when we talk about mining and metals in general. So in this context, major metals and industry producers are planning a response to this, what we could call a challenge. Okay? And most of them have a near-term carbon reduction objective of around 30% between now and 2030 to 2035. So we have ambitious targets. We acknowledge that there is a challenge. Now, when we look at what has been achieved so far and what are the challenges ahead of us, we have around 5 to 6 main success factors that need to be put in place in order for this energy transition in the metal sector to happen. First, on technology, we will have the chance to discuss that. We are seeing already some achievements on that front, but still we have many challenges to tackle. Many of them are still in R&D and pilot stages. On the cost side, the cost of green hydrogen has been reducing significantly, but producing green steel is still way more costly than producing conventional steel by 20 to 40%. On the access to renewables, players have been more or less creative in how to get access to renewable, but we know that the availability of renewable energy and its supporting infrastructure remains limited for the sector. Regulation has played an important role in incentivizing green supply and green demand, but also constraining gray steel supply. However, we still foresee and see inconsistencies in global regulations. On the demand side, demand is expected to grow for green steel and green metals by about 5 to 6-fold in the next 5 to 10 years. However, we still have challenges in terms of awareness, certification, traceability of that demand. On the financing, we will also get the chance to talk about it. Several types of financing have been secured for the sector when it comes to loan, green bonds, and also venture capital and private equity coming into the game. However, project economics are still not favorable compared to the conventional steel and metals. So against this backdrop, I wanted us to engage in the discussion, and we will start with you, Irina. I mean, please help us also set the scene. We know that green metals is associated, as we have seen, with several challenges. Progress is being made, however, maybe not fast enough for some of us, maybe not big enough. Why is it even important that this industry goes green? And importantly, why is it important to accelerate that transition?
Thank you, Frederic, and thank you for setting the scene. And I'll speak specifically about steel. And quite often, to put things in perspective, I ask the audience a couple of questions around steel production, because interestingly enough, not everyone fully appreciates the massive challenge that we are dealing with. So if I can ask, how many of you know how much steel is produced globally per year? You know, anyone? How much? Just over 1 billion tons. That's a very good answer. So it's close to 2 billion tons of steel that is produced globally per year. And in accordance to various estimates, this number is set to grow to anywhere between 2.3 to 2.5 billion tons by 2050. And then the second question that I usually ask is how much CO2 is emitted per ton of steel produced through the traditional pathway of blast furnace. Excellent. So it's 2 tons of CO2 per ton of steel produced, emitted. So you can do the math, and that gives you the appreciation of the challenge we are facing, because it's just, I think, Frederic, you were putting on the slide 7.5%. So it's anywhere between 7 to 8% of global CO2 emissions are contributed by the steel industry. So that's the challenge we are facing. On the other hand, steel is such a versatile material, and it's a catalyst for the industrial transition. It's a catalyst for the energy transition and decarbonization. And it's not just about cleaning up our industry. It has a ripple effect across the multiple value chains. If you think about construction or buildings, you require so much steel. You think about, again, the infrastructure, the logistics, the data centers, a popular subject. Everyone is talking about the boom of AI. Data centers require so much steel. We speak about renewable energy. Think about wind towers, solar panels, just name it, electrical vehicles again. So steel is really, really fundamental for the energy transition. But it's really how we produce it. Can we produce it in a sustainable, low-carbon manner? So that's the challenge we are facing, and that's exactly what we're trying to accelerate, because you're asking, why do we need to accelerate this? Because it has such a ripple effect across the value chain. The good news, we are, as a group, we are committed, and I know a lot of other companies are committed to get to net zero. There are a number of pathways that we are pursuing, because it's not just one silver bullet that can get us there. It's really a complex, multifaceted challenge. And I always speak about innovation because I run XCarp Innovation Fund, but it's really about a number of technology pathways like DRI, based on hydrogen or at least natural gas as a bridge fuel. DRI stands for direct reduced iron. We're also looking at what we call smart carbon, so using some of the existing facilities, but really trying to minimize a carbon footprint by leveraging biomass, by leveraging CCUS, so really putting a number of technologies together to reduce the CO2 emissions resulting from from these operations. And I was just reading McKinsey reports published a week ago on green steel, and the number I've seen is close to 1,650 steel facilities across the world that we need to decarbonize. So, you know, setting the scene, it's, I guess what I'm trying to say, it's a massive challenge, but luckily we have a lot of people focused on trying to accelerate this decarbonization. I think that's the subject of our discussion today.
Yeah, thanks, Irina, and thanks for touching on technology. And I'll turn now to you, Tadeo. I think, and you've mentioned that, Irina, so there are several technologies that are being deployed today or tested today to decarbonize, whether it's HDRI, whether it's CCUS, and also molten oxide electrolysis, which is commercialized or being pushed by Boston Metal today and still in development. So which of these technologies do you think has the brighter future, has basically also a way into accelerating this transition?
I'm glad you asked me, so that's to answer this question. I'm very biased, of course.
Yes, of course you are biased for one of them, but then this is why we have two other panelists.
in any case.
Well, actually, I should have mentioned, of course, electrolysis, because we also invested in Boston Metal.
It's a pleasure to be back here in this forum in Riyadh. It's always a pleasure to be invited, and I thank you very much, the organizers, for having us here. Well, you know, the question starts with a very interesting thing that you have to think of, and Irina already mentioned. Steel, we are talking, if you want to decarbonize steel, you want to solve the problem for 2 billion tons per year. Well, some is recycled, but even if you find 1 billion tons of scrap, good luck, to recycle, you still need 1.5 billion coming from iron ore. Right? Yeah. So you do have lots of different technologies that are being talked about and attempted and everything. But if you want to solve for 1.5 billion tons, you know, the only technology that can scale up to that amount is molten oxide electrolysis. The others can help in a transition, right? So you take direct reduction, substituting hydrogen for natural gas. Yeah. Where is the hydrogen, right? And you have all sorts of different technological problems to solve that with DRI. I mean, DRI exists for 50 years, so people think that you just because DRI is there for direct reduction is there for 50 years, you substitute hydrogen for natural gas and boom, down that bad news. No. So where is the hydrogen, right? That's the first thing. Then you need premium iron ore to use direct reduction. So that's the other thing. But the easiest thing to see that molten oxide electrolysis would be ahead of the game is for the same electricity that you use to produce your green hydrogen, you can use to go directly from the iron ore to the metal. So molten oxide electrolysis is a one-step process. You add iron ore, pass electricity, get molten metal in the bottom of the cell to tap and emit oxygen in one step, right? So, and why you can do this with any iron ore is because the impurities in the iron ore are part of the electrolyte. So it's silica, calcium, magnesium, alumina. So this is as simple as that, right? So we are in the process of finalizing the scale up of the technology. We pushed the button to start a semi-industrial cell in Boston that will tap 1 to 2 tons per month of liquid steel, green steel. And from here, we will build the first industrial cell that will give 1 to 2 tons per day that we are scheduled to build in 2026, right? So other technologies like CCUS, you know, I mean, you can add that and help in the transition, but then you have to remember that the U in CCUS is utilization. You have to find lots of utilization. The S is the storage. So you have to find where to put that stuff.
Yeah.
So so all these other attempts, they can solve for small quantities. Molten oxide electrolysis is the only one that once commercial will solve for the whole thing, right? And just one more comment. The steel industry is perceived as the most conservative industry in the world. Maybe they are, but if you look at the history, every time that there was a process that was proven to be efficient and solved for a problem that needed to be solved, they adopted very fast. The Bessemer furnace, then came, I mean, eventually the blast furnace. If you look at the adoption rate every time the process was developed, it was very, very quick. So once we have the solution to eliminate that, it can be adopted very quickly. And then, just to complete the answer, if you depart to other metals, which also need to be decarbonized, take manganese, for example. Every steel has manganese. So you have to decarbonize everything. Well, then nature, some call it thermodynamics, that don't let hydrogen reduce manganese oxide. So if you want to decarbonize manganese for batteries or for steel or for whatever, you have to use electrolysis. You have to use molten oxide electrolysis. So that's why we are very excited at Boston Metal, and we are trying to push as quick as possible to get the final answer there.
Okay, so you're excited and optimistic, which is great.
Yes.
And we're gonna get
Always.
back to the topic of innovation and technology. But let me turn to you, Nicolas, on the topic of cost. And we've seen quickly on the slides that it is more costly to produce green metals today and green steel, 20 to 40% on average. So there have been several supporting mechanisms or policies, if you want to call them, to push for green steel, whether it's in the EU with the Green Deal or in the US with the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA. So to which extent in your view have these policies or mechanisms been impacting the demand and reducing basically some of the cost components of green steel? To which extent are they sustainable, and will they continue in the future as well? And what are other potential incentives that could be put in place in order to incentivize supply and demand in the right way?
Great question, Osid. First, I would like to thank FMF for the invitation. I think it's a great conversation. I just heard my friend Tadeu. I am very scared now because our mining strategy is based on high-grade iron ore. And I understood from you that your technology could basically smelt even low-grade iron ore. So I would be very interested to understand better how that works. I believe that those technologies will coexist for a long period of time until we decarbonize everything. But anyway, I will stop there and I'll go to your question. We see recently a little less enthusiasm in terms of the projects. They are going slower. And the reason of that is because hydrogen cost estimations are significantly higher or were lower than what we have today. So we still need more technology or to let the technology evolve in order to have competitive costs against the natural gas. Natural gas intensity of emissions is around half what was mentioned.
Like 800.
Right? But the intensity that Tadeu's technology is basically zero or almost nothing. So I think to arrive there, we have a long way given the technology of hydrogen that we have today. We also saw or see now that the governments have withdrawn some of the incentives recently, a little bit. I mean, they are going to be slower. We see the European Union, we see the United States, and therefore, because of the fiscal deficit that they run today after the pandemic, of course, it's more difficult for them to throw money or to invest money or to make the subsidies that we expected to have. So I believe also that in the conversation here in the FMF, the problem and the central topic is critical minerals more than green metals. And I think that's a little bit a reflection of what I have just commented. I believe that to continue on the green path, we need to do three things, or to strengthen three ways. The first is more global and clearer rules in terms of the regulation. Second, to continue strengthening the demand. And third, to continue incentivizing the supply. I go for the first. Three things. One, carbon leakage mechanisms should be global. So the CBAM cannot be only in Europe. We should have mechanisms that are very similar all over the world so you can enable global trade again. Right? Secondly, I think we have to be clearer and to standardize or uniform what means green. So we have to certificate what is green steel. Because green steel for a Chinese or for a European could mean significant different things, or for a Chilean. So I think we have to normalize that. And third, we need to develop more and to have better and deeper carbon mechanism trade or carbon trading mechanisms in order to comply with the CBAMs in a right way globally and across the board. So those are the three measures that I would promote in order to continue in the path of green metals more than on the connotation, on the emphasis of critical minerals. On the supply side, of course, it's important to continue with the subsidies and with the grants. Hopefully in the United States are not cut or not diminished. The European Union with the Green Deal, hopefully they continue. And all these programs that we have in Chile also, for example, in hydrogen program, continues and they are funded and they are part of the budgets of the countries. And on the demand side, I think it's very important, for example, that the fiscal expenditures are focused on green investments. For example, in my country, a big bridge is constructed between the continent and a big island, Chiloé Island. I'm not sure if the government is putting an eye on the steel that we are purchasing or acquiring for constructing that big bridge. So government should preach with the example, or they have to be the first in demanding green steel. And of course, tax credits and those kind of things are very important. And also in regulation, I think it's important that we put as a requirement to show the scope 3. We have a very good example in the steel production in Chile. We provided to the mining sector in Chile the grinding balls. And today the mining sector is not necessarily very concerned about the scope 3. They are more concerned about scope 1 and scope 2.
Okay, great. Thanks, Nicolas. And we'll get back to you towards the end to discuss a bit more the financing part of all of that. So, Irina, I'll turn to you again. And would be great also to hear your perspective about Tadeu's somewhat, I wouldn't want to say provocative, but at least novel way to look at technologies and innovation. And we know that this is a topic that is dear to your heart. So innovation is key, of course, on the production side of things, and you'll get to comment on Tadeu's input earlier. But also, what other innovations can one think of when it comes to the business model, also the technologies that can enable and unlock demand, thinking about AI, blockchain, but also other potential technologies?
Excellent question, thank you. So I think fundamentally, innovation is going to be important across the value chain. And what we spoke about just now, those are core technologies to convert iron ore to steel. So of course, Tadeu's technology, molten oxide, I think presents fantastic potential to do it in one step. We're also speaking about DRI. Again, this is one of the core technologies. And as I said, I don't think there is a magic bullet that can solve the challenge overnight. So until we get there, we need to pursue a number of technology pathways to try to decarbonize the massive challenge we are facing. But then one thing I want to mention is that regardless of technology, regardless of the core technology, we need so much energy. So it's really the cost of steel production is significantly premised on the cost and availability of green electricity. And that's the reason through the KAICC Innovation Fund, we're also looking to invest in some of the most promising technologies when it comes to energy. So we invested in renewable energy. The challenge of renewable energy is, of course, its intermittent nature. And our facilities require energy 24/7. It's really around the clock. And that's the reason one of other investments we made is in long duration energy storage. It's a company called From Energy, which is based on iron ore again. So it's not lithium, it's not one of those critical minerals, but it's iron ore, which is abundant. So that again presents an interesting potential to store energy for more than 24 hours. So it's actually multi-day storage. We also invested in advanced nuclear energy. We think nuclear has to be part of the energy mix, considering all the energy requirements, also considering the requirements from AI perspective. So I think that's something, if we speak about the innovation, of course, you need to focus on the fundamental technologies of conversion of iron ore, but at the same time, you need to look at energy, you need to look at a number of other things. And to your point on AI and blockchain, I think one thing we're all aware of is that we are not fully aware of AI potential. When it comes to blockchain, 1 ton of steel, if it's produced through the traditional blast furnace pathway where you use a lot of coke and coal on the way, is going to look exactly the same as 1 ton of steel produced using renewable energy, green transportation to deliver the iron ore, using recycled steel. So they're going to look exactly the same. So for customer, how can they get this comfort that this steel is coming through this completely decarbonized value chain? And I think this is where the blockchain and AI present, of course, an important consideration for us to really adjust. But as Tadeu was saying, steel industry is perceived as very conservative, but nevertheless, I think we remain optimistic that with all of those innovations, we really can solve this, put all these pieces of the puzzle together, because it's a massive puzzle how we can get to net zero. And then just to add, we spoke about, I know, like you said, it's provocative statement that Tadeu made, that that's the only technology pathway. We're also looking at existing steelmaking facilities. We can't change overnight. And one of the technologies we invested is a company called LanzaTech. They have a biofermentation technology, and we have a pilot plant with them in Belgium where we take a wood waste, and then through torrefaction we produce biocoal, which we then replace fossil coal by biocoal in the blast furnace, and we capture the off gases from this blast furnace, and using the biofermentation technology of LanzaTech, we aim to produce bioethanol. And things like that can present an excellent examples of circularity, and I'm a big fan of circularity. So to the extent you can recycle steel, to the extent you can use the waste from the production to produce something useful, I think we should absolutely focus on that. And then, of course, beyond that, looking at the fundamental ways to decarbonize steel in the long term, such as direct electrolysis of iron ore.
All right. Excellent. Thank you very much. So, Tadeu, again, back to you on the regulatory environment that we are in. So, as Nicholas has highlighted earlier, so regulations are important and key to incentivize demand and redirect supply. We've seen the EU's CBAM, which will essentially tax steel imports that are not compliant. To which extent regulations such as these will influence demand and supply, and also how important is regulatory convergence across the different parts of the world in order to really make an impact?
Sure. Well, it's starting with the last one. It's super important, right? We have to have something that is a result of cooperation because you're going to cross borders. And the carbon tax is absolutely necessary. Europe understood that first, and it's going in that direction. And incentives are also important. So Europe see and look at what the incentives that are being developed in the United States, and they don't dislike that model either. I think we need the carrot and we need the stick, you know, for this transition time. It is a transition time, Irina. I mean, everything that helps is okay. Problem is, eventually we need to solve the whole problem, right? And during this transition, you need incentives and you need the taxes, and has to be done in a concerted way, no doubt about it. Now, the thing is, this thing will come, and demand will be the king. You know, the consumer will be the king. Yeah. So the minute that we have a commercial product that doesn't emit anything and it's green and it's not dirty, whoever wants to continue to do dirty stuff will have to pay. Either will pay because whoever does clean get a premium, because but always dictated by the market and the demand, right? I think we are seeing these things. The end of the chain is demanding. And the automotive guys are demanding that the materials are decarbonized. You know, everyone wants to have a green product, right? And so it doesn't happen overnight, like Irina said. Of course not. So the capital that is invested in manufacturing steel eventually will need to be replaced. At that point is a good point to have the new technologies to replace that capital. And we are talking about some years, right? But eventually it will be, and whoever does dirty work will have to pay one way or another. And it has to be done in a concerted way, for sure.
Okay.
Today we don't see that. We see some areas like more incentives, some others like more taxes. Eventually, I think we will meet, converge and meet at a certain point.
All right, thank you. So last question for the day. I'll go back to you, Nicolas. You've discussed earlier the cost side of things and the challenges around creating a competitive cost structure for the decarbonized metals in general. So that brings me to the question of financing, right? So we know that green steel technologies, for example, require a larger upfront investment than conventional steel. This, compounded with uncertainty of demand, technology risks, etc., make these projects a bit more risky, a bit less bankable, potentially, than other conventional steel projects. So how can the industry overcome these financing challenges? What are the mechanisms that we can put in place and the ecosystem of financing that needs to be put in place in order to alleviate this financing challenge?
Great. So the first thing that I would say is that regulators should understand that this industry will not arise spontaneously, because projects are not viable economically at this moment. So you look at DRI with hydrogen, or if you look at a full-scale molten oxide electrolysis, most likely will not be financed today by any bank. So the supply program from the government and the subsidies and the grants, the ones established in the European Green Deal, or for example in the Inflation Reduction Act in America, are fundamental for resolving this program. So this problem, those programs cannot be stopped and should be strengthened. The second thing, I think, and that's our job, is to secure offtakes. I think it's very important that at the same time we get the grants and the support from the government. We go to the market and we say, who is the one who is willing to sign an agreement, a long-term agreement for 10, for 15, 20 years, in order to commit for 60, 70% of the production of this new technology. I think that's very important, to have at the same time the security that we will have the demand. With that in your hands, you can go to the banks and finance the project without any problem. But I think you have the three. You need to have the three pieces. Very, very important. And finally, I think green finance is something that we have to develop a little bit more. When you look at the gaps between conventional financing and green financing, are still very weak. I would expect, I don't know, 50 basis points at least of differences for the same amount of money and the same time frame. And today, the differences are really lower than that. And I tend to believe that the investors and the banking community should also put their own efforts on trying to support these kind of projects. I see those are the three pieces. Government regulation stimulate the supply, the long-term contracts. I think it's important that we go to the market. And third, the green financing, or to strengthen the green financing schemes that we have today.
Great, excellent. So that brings us to the end of this panel. I'd like to thank you very much, our three panelists. And I have to say, I'm coming out of this discussion with more solutions than problems. I had come in with actually more problems than solutions. So thank you very much for your contributions.
And thank you, Frederic, for your moderation.
Yeah? Well, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat so we could start. Let me stand up. This session is, as you see, is about Future Cement Initiative. My name is Bassam Dali. I'm from King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. I'm here to talk to you about a new initiative that has been launched by His Excellency the Vice Minister yesterday, and today we had an announcement made to the media. So I'm going to spend a few minutes telling you about this initiative. And then I'm going to hand it over to Engineer Muslih Al-Amrani from the Ministry of Industries and Mineral Resources to tell us a little bit about in the ministry's activities on reducing carbon from cement. And then we're going to have some discussions with Mr. Majid Al-Asilan, who's the CEO of City Cement. So let me just get started. This picture is a little bit outdated though, but it gives a picture about what this country is doing in terms of the construction boom and what implication this have on cement. Admittedly, it was sort of produced earlier in 21, but the numbers may not be accurate, but the trend is unmistakable. Anybody who knows anything about Saudi Arabia's or how much is now where the different projects has been announced would sort of believe that this trend is actually what's happening. I'm told by the industry that Saudi Arabia today is the 5th largest producer of cement. Now that's quite a big mouth to say, and I believe it's one of the largest in the Middle East. So in other words, we do produce a lot of cement. It is an important commodity for the kingdom. It will empower all these new projects, and hence it is important that we focus on it. Here's also some reports from the past looking at how does the industry compare in different forms as compared to the rest of the world. I'm not going to dwell too much about it because, again, this is a little bit outdated. But basically, there's energy efficiencies, there's clinical substitutions, the energy mix, and of course, the carbon capture, which is something in the future. But you could see that in certain areas, Saudi Arabia can do more. I want to re-emphasize that this is old figures, and the industry has done quite tremendous work in moving forward in this direction. So I'm announcing the Future Cement Initiative. It's basically a collaboration between the university, KAICC, the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, the cement manufacturers, represented by the National Committee for Cement Companies, and most importantly, supported by the Ministry of Industries and Mineral Resources, who can see this as a potential unifying sort of entity that can bring everybody together to think strategically for everybody's interest and facilitating the next steps in this regard. So Future Cement connects industry leaders, academia, and government stakeholders to drive sustainable innovation in cement manufacturing. I didn't sort of call it decarbonization, because this is one aspect of what cement in the future would look like, but of course decarbonization is an important component in it. So our mission is to develop cost-effective, scalable solutions that reduce environmental impact while enhancing economic performance. The idea is that sustainability should not break the bank. Sustainability should be go hand in hand with economic growth. So as I mentioned, the partners are the ministry and the National Committee, and we're also working with end users to come on board, and then we have sort of the whole area covered in terms of cement. So we will also service industrial partners on technical projects. So this is where I'm going to extend an invitation to anybody who's interested in cement to come and partner us on a yearly basis type projects on a technical nature. We have a flyer here around that you could use to actually connect with us to be able to participate in this initiative. So our focus is to support research, development, and recommendation of effective, agreeable approaches to future cement. And you could see here what we're trying to develop is not sort of a one party deciding to go this way or that way, is to bring everybody together and move collectively in a particular direction for the benefits, national benefits, to achieve the projects that this country sort of is trying to achieve, and to do it in a sort of sustainable fashion with everybody on board. So the scope is we want to do sort of enabling and applied research. These are some projects, clinker substitution for emission reduction, energy reduction and lowering sort of carbon intensity, alternative fuels, enhanced carbonation and curing, and carbon emission management, capture and other means. None of this is sort of revolutionary in its own, but what we don't want to do is just import a solution from outside that may or may not fit with the conditions for Saudi Arabia. So we want a indigenously developed solution that will fit our narrative, our conditions, and maintain the industry. We want to do pilot demonstrations of various cement-related areas, connecting between everyone. We're going to hold an annual conference, bring everybody of all different entities who work in cement, or every industry that's interested, together, inform everyone, and move forward in that same direction. And human capital development is important. Industries are evolving and developing, use of AI, use of different materials. We want to sort of be able to inform and to educate such that we could move this together. So here's an example of projects. I don't want to waste time sort of going through them in details, but what I wanted to show, this is the whole low-hanging fruit that we started with, but by no means is the only projects we want to do. These are ones that actually we're currently thinking about, thinking outside the box, and how sort of it fits within Saudi Arabia conditions. So then here's an invitation to each one in the industry in particular, and also in the public domain and other governmental organizations, is to come and partner with us. We want the FCI, or the Future Cement Initiative, to be the place where everybody can work together, where we benefit from other people's work, but we also add value in terms of coordination, in terms of the research that we're going to do for the benefit of everyone. Of course, we are open to business, and we would love to work with you. As I mentioned, there's a flyer that Ola here has that you could know how to contact us, or basically go to our website, and then you could go from there. So send us an email or visit the website. So there's also the Saudi public and government entities involvement. We invite all these sectors to, we don't want to take over anybody's work. We want to complement what is being done, but we're going to coordinate the effort for the benefit of everyone. So I'm going to stop in here. Thank you all for your attention. I'm going to invite Mr. Musleh to address basically what the government is doing in this regard, and then we'll have some discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Sam. Thank you very much. Hope this is okay. It's not showing here. Next. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you are enjoying the conference so far. So this is Musleh Imrani from the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. So I'll speak a little bit about the efforts of the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources in how to decarbonize the cement industry. So first of all, as you know, the cement production accounts for 8% of the global CO2 emission. And the building environment, everything in buildings like steel, aluminum, heating, cooling the building, this accounts for 37% of CO2 emission globally. Just in the cement production, there is something called the clinker stage. Just before the final cement production, this stage is a major source of CO2 emission. That's why we have to lower and minimize the clinker content in the cement. How to achieve this? By improving the production process, and also by switching to cleaner energy sources like natural gas. And we can track how much CO2 reduced in the process. As we can see in the chart, the Saudi carbon emission, Saudi Arabia cement industry is high at level E right now, and our goal is to bring it down to level C or maybe B. And how can we do this? By also improving the production process and switching to cleaner energy sources. As we can see, some cement companies here in Saudi Arabia, they are doing well, such as City Cement and Safwa Cement and other cement companies. However, our emission level is still high at E level. Other countries like Morocco, they are doing better because they are relying on natural gas. So the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources has collaborated with different organizations, such as Cement Concrete Breakthrough and the Cement and Concrete Association, to set standards for green cement, and also collaborating with research centers such as KAICC to find solutions to decarbonize cement. Saudi Arabia, there is something called like greener cement. Saudi Arabia has natural materials such as pozzolan, and this is found in the volcanic area. So we can use this pozzolana as it is without burning, add it directly to the cement, and by doing so, we are already reducing the burning, reducing the carbon footprint in the cement industry, and also calcine the clay as well. But maybe the challenge is many people are not fully aware of the importance of such type of cement. For example, when I was building my home, I asked the engineer to use the pozzolana cement, but he refused. He said you should use the traditional cement, which has a higher footprint. But I insisted on using the pozzolana cement because even I pointed out that many structures like King Fahd Causeway to Bahrain and several towers were built by using this pozzolana cement. So this emphasizes the importance of educating the engineering offices and also updating the building codes. And that's what the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources is doing right now. So for that, the government of Saudi Arabia has launched several programs to switch to a greener energy sources. We have this initiative, the liquid displacement program, to switch from fuel to gas and electricity. We have this initiative, industrial competitiveness program is supporting the industry to switch to a cleaner energy sources like natural gas. And we have also the Future Factory program is helping more than 4,000 factories to use the advanced technology. So, in conclusion, the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources is working very hard to decarbonize the cement industry in line with the Saudi Arabia vision for a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Mosleh. Let me ask Mr. Majid, you're representing the cement industry in here, and first I'd like you to tell us a little bit about the industry, the extent of it and so on, and also your interest in joining the initiative and what's your vision of what it can be achieved.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bassam, and thank you for a distinguished guest who's making it until this now of the forum, so thank you for being here. I mean, I think you represented the industry in terms of scale, but let's just try to structure the discussion and make it a bit easier. Unfortunately, cement industry is accused for a long time that is the most polluter industry. I would bet that since the Paris Agreement 2014, which used to emit cement industry globally is emitting around 8%, if we revisit the number today, it's significantly low. And what I believe that, when you look at the full integrated industries goes into cement, whether the energy side or any other particular elements of the whole supply chain, there is a potential where you can figure out that cement honestly can solve a lot of other industries' issues, and I'll articulate in that. In terms of size, okay, Saudi is sitting on around 85 million tons of clinker, by the way, not cement. So if you consider cement, this is above 90, and this will definitely, even make it at a better sequence globally. Usually the emissions or CO2 comes from two directions. To go to a zero carbon or a neutral carbon, then you have to look at the whole supply chain. But let's look at what's under the control of cement companies. You have two sides of it, whether the reaction of the raw materials, and then you have the combustion of the fuel. The country was heavily depending on fossil fuel, hydrocarbon fuel, which emits a lot of CO2 carbon. Now what happened, or what's the updates that's going on, I think considering all of those programs by the Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment, I mean, okay, Saudi is part of the world and they realize the importance of environment, how to protect the environment, and this is one of the most important pillars of the 2030 vision. So what did cement does so far? They start looking into the fuel side, the combustion and fuel. We've seen some examples, Saudi cement companies, local companies, who increase their substitution rate of hydrocarbon material or fossil fuel by 30%. This lowered down significantly the carbon emission, and it complemented or it allowed to generate this waste management industry by producing alternative fuel and etc. We've seen some companies treating industrial waste, for instance, that used to be dumped. So this in itself reduced a huge tons of carbon. On the other side, the reaction of raw material, as Engineer Masleh mentioned, that there is plenty of mineral can be used to lower the clinker factor in your cement. And we've seen companies achieved around 60%. Now what's going on with the government as well, they're looking at the specs of cement, that you have to update those kind of cement. You have to go to CEM 1, CEM 2, and etc. to have it more cleaner. The other side definitely is the supply chain, and I think this is what we're trying to do. But you have to start honestly. You can't go from famine to feast. You have to be efficient. I mean, the efficiency itself will improve to lower your carbon footprint like anything. And today we have a regulator, special governmental body, which is the Saudi Energy Efficient Center, KAICC, set a benchmark that any cement producer shouldn't exceed the international benchmark. So I mean, everything is under the radar. All of the reforms that we've seen on energy prices, fossil fuel prices, helped a lot. And I think the whole industry somehow complementing to the overall 2030 vision. I mean, it was clearly announced to go to a part of the pledge of the government is okay, to go to a carbon neutral, we have to do more renewable. We have to look at the country fuel mix, if you wish, and energy. So we have more renewable energy being produced. We are lowering our dependency on hydrocarbon and fossil fuels, and then we are going to do the waste diversion. So you have to recycle whatever can be recycled, and the rest can go to waste, to energy application. And this is exactly what the cement industry collectively is doing. Now, FCI, I think, since we have a 17-player, and it's a huge fragmented industry, to make sure that, today companies should spend heavily on R&D. And to bear all of this cost within the current situation of elevating costs and etc., you need a vehicle, you need a think tank, trustworthy, to do this job. And this is, I think, what FCI start doing, scanning all of the evolving and new projects that can help in decarbonizing the industry, and then, individually work with the companies to improve the overall carbon footprint of the industry and the country, and how it can create, other industries and contribute to the GDP in general. So this is in a nutshell what so far the industry is doing.
Thank you, Mr. Majid. An important point about cement in Saudi Arabia, this is a big country, more than 2 million square kilometers. So, and resources are not distributed everywhere in the same way. And hence, solutions need to be found for different entities for different parts of the country. And this will sort of adds to this complexity. But you touched on waste to value. I know that your company has worked on this for a while, but also the government has looked into where these resources are. I also know that Saudi Arabia has a plan to reduce the waste that goes into the rubbish dumps from 85% to 15% within less than 10 years. So there's an opportunity. Could you address this, both the government and the industry?
Absolutely. I mean, we started this initiative since 2014, and unfortunately, the supply chain was cracked because there was any regulation in waste management. I mean, most of the waste, you have a different streams of waste, more than 13 different streams of waste, whether industrial, agriculture, whatever it is. But if we zoom at the hard waste, which is the municipal waste, whatever goes to the landfill, they used to recycle around just 10%, okay? Because there is no off-taker, and in order to reduce or to achieve a zero landfilling, you have to activate the waste-to-energy concept. When you look at the current situation and the landscape, there is a very low, cheap fuel subsidized, so there is no any incentive for companies to move on. Today, we took a lot of initiatives in that. We started operating a couple of landfills, try to do the sorting, and we start generating RDF. PIF, I think, invested in CIRC, which is a major company, and then this company should look after the whole waste management, or in particular, RDF for cement plants. So it's improving. When you look at the supply chain of that, you have handling, you have transportation, this is creating job, and this is lowering plenty of carbon. When we measure the indirect emissions coming out of the landfills, that was millions of tons. And just imagine if any of those landfills just catch a fire, so I mean, it's a nightmare. Okay, who can offtake and digest all of this kind of alternative fuel, which is the cement? It lent itself to, you have kilns that operate at 1,500 degrees, which can, treat those things. So we're seeing such initiatives moving on. It should be regulated, and this is what's happening. The regulator stepped in, put the right regulator, and try to set the right incentives to incentivize the companies.
As a government, as I mentioned now, one of the initiatives is to diversify this liquid displacement program, and we have a target like to let the cement industry to use 15% of the waste RDF, which the city cement is doing right now, is taking waste to energy. And this is a target for the government, and we have to collaborate with other entities to help this whole cycle from collecting and transporting these materials to the cement industries to help the government to achieve our target of reducing the fuel and also reducing the carbon emission in the cement industry.
If you allow me, Doctor, here, there is no any shortage of caliber and great minds, honestly, but you need the direction from the government. For instance, in one of the companies, cement for instance, at the fuel mix, you have more than 6 different types of alternative fuel. There was an issue with some of the industrial businesses, whether it was the smelters, aluminum, with their industrial waste. So there was a project being studied under the supervision of the Ministry of Environment, and until now it gets licensed, and you start treating this waste at the best environmental practices. So the potential is there, but we just need the direction. We need, on the other hand, to urge, honestly, all of those demand and the Giga projects to start, giving a preference that they have to use cleaner cement. And today, I think, to standardize, to avoid any, individual efforts, to standardize, some of the companies start issuing their own EPD, Environmental Product Declaration, officially, so they can, prove where their carbon footprint shows. And I think such initiatives, it just reflect for the whole industry, and it show how mature it is. And I've visited some plants here in Saudi, way ahead of some of the best international practices. But we just need the focus, and we need, everyone think together.
Fantastic. So we do have a positive view about the future, an industry that is willing to embrace change in steady steps towards the future is quite clear. His Royal Highness has announced that Saudi Arabia will become carbon neutral by 2060. I understand that also Saudi Arabia signed a 4-country agreement particularly for reducing emission from cement. So the concept here is to try through smart strategies, try through smart technologies, through innovation and synergies in particular between different industries to reach that milestone and to basically advance the sustainability, both from the economic point of view and also from the environmental point of view. Let me remind you, sustainability has 3 components. It's the economy, it's the people, and it's the environment. And so we need to make sure that we're all moving in the same direction. And this is why, I'm going to invite those interested who have technology to demonstrate, who have ideas that they would like to test and for us to contribute to. Of course, we as a university have many innovations in this field, from calcination and reduction of CO2 emission, to carbon capture, to alternative fuels, to AI in terms of increasing efficiency. So,
yeah, I would just add, Doctor, if you allow me, I mean, we should be very proud as a Saudi industry. Now we've seen a file been applied internationally to applying for a carbon credit. And this is hard to abate sector, matching the international European standards, and they're already there. What stopped that is now you have your own carbon exchange market within Saudi. So that will give a great idea for new technologies that you can, intensify the carbon of credit. And then when we see a local company issuing or publishing their full-fledged sustainability report as per GRI standards, capturing 10 out of F17 major objectives, it means that there is a lot of efforts going on here in the kingdom, and we're welcoming all of those great minds to think together and honestly. So answering your question, I think, yes, that's doable, and we are on the right track, and the pace is wonderful. We just need to collectively do it together.
We are in the right direction, and the government of Saudi Arabia has committed to reduce the carbon footprint from all the industries, including cement. And as I mentioned, we have a lot of initiatives, and we are in the right direction to reduce the cement emission or the carbon footprint in the cement industry as well.
Fantastic. So unless any of you want to have some last comments? I think we can.
Well, I think it's a long way to go, but it's doable, and we've seen a great progress, a great initiatives. I mean, today we've seen signing, the MOU by localizing the supplementary cementitious material. What does that mean? That you are lowering the clinker depending on local industry. This is creating job. This is getting the best out of the mineral resources here in the country. So yeah.
Fantastic.
Yes. We are supporting the research center, we are supporting the industry, and we are supporting the new technology provider to help us to commit to and also to reduce the carbon emission in the cement industry.
Fantastic. So with this, we'll finish this session again by inviting you to participate, to log into our website and subscribe to our news emails, and also by becoming a partner with us in this journey. The future looks positive for all of us. We have willing partners, and I think when we all sit around the same table, we could go there faster. So thank you both for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Dr. Bassam. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Welcome, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me at the back? I have just been informed that those that stay till the end of the last session of the last panel of the day will be bestowed with great wisdom and eternal happiness. So please stick around to the very end. We've got some great panelists talking about an incredibly important issue, and we're going to hear from all of them. And then that's it for the panelists for the conference. So thank you very much for sticking around. My name is Jim Paterson. I'm a principal of Discovery Group, which is a mineral exploration and mining house from Vancouver, Canada. And today we've got the pleasure of some great panelists to talk about innovation and how that can create value locally and help us accelerate the energy transition. So I'll start at the far end with Stefano and get everyone to introduce yourself.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening. First of all, let me thank the organizers and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for inviting me to this important forum. I'm Stefano Santarelli. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Record, that is a consortium, a public-private body, research body, which has among its members University of Florence, Polytechnic of Turin, some private industries involved in the waste management, and 34 Italian municipalities. So we have territories inside of us. We are involved in thermochemical conversion and leaching, and that's enough, I think.
Thank you. Shortly about myself, I am the only one in this panel of which you didn't receive a picture. This is because I am deputizing for my father, Dr. Istok Seliak. But I am here to give you a presentation and the message of the Wahaj project, which I'll get into later. But shortly about myself, I grew up in the automotive industry and have been working in Hydria, which is a leading e-motor component supplier in Europe. And I'm now pivoting towards establishing an electrical steel company here in Saudi Arabia. And I would also like to reiterate, of course, many thanks to the Kingdom and to the Minister for this amazing forum and the opportunity for us to sign an MOU at this forum and for us to present ourselves to you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Max Lütke. I'm responsible for mining at ABB. ABB, we're a worldwide company focused on electrification, automation. Our mission is to help our customers, our industry customers, in my case, the mining industry, to outrun leaner and cleaner. What do we mean with that? It's actually to use electricity and automation and digitalization in a more efficient way so that they outperform their performance, or their competitors, and that we call engineer to outrun. ABB, we have been active in the mining industry in 130 years. So 130 years ago, we actually electrified the first mine hoist in Sweden. So I have a long history in the mining industry.
Hi, everyone. My name's Johnny Lazar. I'm a principal consultant with CRU in London. I head up the strategy advisory division in our London office, and we concern ourselves mainly with assignments in the field of energy transition, and specifically decarbonization of industrial plants around the world. We've had a number of very interesting assignments here in the region, and we've seen firsthand how innovation in the use of different electrification solutions helps the local industry try and drive towards the interim targets it has in emission abatement. So we'll be talking about that today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to thank the Minerals Forum for giving me the opportunity to participate in this panel, and I hope you all have enjoyed this forum as much as I think all of us have. I also want to thank Jim for facilitating this panel, which is going to be very interesting. My name is Mark Michalowski. I'm a geologist. I'm right now a mineral resources specialist, uranium specialist with the International Atomic Energy Agency. My primary function there is to coordinate a global country-level survey every 2 years of uranium activities in various member states of the International Atomic Energy Agency. So we're looking at uranium exploration, uranium resources in situ in the ground, uranium production, as well as uranium demand. I also oversee a few databases, one of those being the global distribution of uranium deposits around the world. Prior to being with the International Atomic Energy Agency, I was a mineral resource scientist with the U.S. Geological Survey, specializing in exploration targeting using mineral potential modeling, which are geospatial techniques and probabilistic techniques for assessing undiscovered mineral resources. So again, it's a pleasure to be here, and I hope to provide some perspective with respect to uranium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. What a great panel. We have a great treat to hear their insight today. So just reminding everybody how innovation can help in value creation at a local level and help accelerate the energy transition. And I'll start with Max. A wise man once told me that the way forward can be summed up in just 3 words.
For me, the 3 words would be electrification, automation, and digitalization.
Right.
Yeah. So just to say that, I'm a true believer that innovation and technology will actually drive this much faster, and I think that is a cornerstone to help this industry to be more productivity and also to drive the energy transition. We at ABB, we did a study that was just a few months ago. We reached out to over 400 key, say, decision makers in the mining industry. We didn't do that at ABB, so when they answered, they didn't know that ABB was behind it. Quite interesting is here that 77% they said that electrification, automation, and digitalization will be the key driver to drive the sustainable mining and also drive this energy transition. Another interesting point is that we say 68% said that technology is key to actually attract the new generation. The Gen Z. And if I look here in Saudi now, when they are going to drive a lot of new mining projects, have a very young population, you have to drive technology, because that is the way to attract them to work in the mining industry. So I think that is a key thing. If I look at the mining industry as well, I say there's normally 3 priorities that they have. One is, the safety. That is, the foundation to operate. We have in productivity, and then we have sustainability. A lot of the mining companies, they have very strict goals what they have to achieve to 2030 and 2050. And I think all those goals goes together, and big enabler is actually electrification, automation, digitalization to drive these things. If you look at the safety, I say around the world, we start as ABB to using much more robotic into the mining area, to move people away from dangerous areas. Interesting here, we are investing now here in Saudi also to see, the value creation. We're going to build up a new facility for robotics, not only used in the mining, but can also used in other things. So I think there's a lot of, when we talk about automation, we talk about the whole field. So I think there's a lot about technology to drive this and also get a different perspective what mining is, because I don't know how it is. The countries where you have a long history in mining, otherwise people have, I would say, a very old picture of what mining is, but today this is really high-tech in many areas around the world. Another thing to drive this, I can just compare, we just did a mine in Chile. The mine is 1,000 kilometers away on a high altitude of 4,500 meters. If you now go to Santiago, and if you look at a foreign building that looks more like a bank, there are 2 floors where there's a full with data analogs, and they're running 80% of the people sits in that building running the mine far away. And they have achieved that they have 50% female now working, but suddenly you can work. So as you can see, technology can drive, and I think this is a huge opportunity here when you drive, with the population, with the young population to drive technology, how you can do these things. So to summarize a little bit now this study that we did, I will summarize that in 4 words. The one thing is when, the one thing is who, and the one thing is what and how. So look at when. I think the momentum is now. 30% feedback said that they are behind the targets that they have to achieve 2030. The positive is that there's going to be a lot of investment now coming up in that area. Then there's who. And I think a true believer, even if we talk about technology, talk about this, we are in the people business. People will make the change. So I think also attracting young generation and the things to see things in different ways, that is key in the things. And then you're saying, what? I answered that before. A true believer, electrification, automation, digitalization will be key to drive these things. And then we have that how. I think you have to break it down to tangible projects, but also forums like this here, the manhood, where you're having investors coming together, the government coming together, the leaders coming together. I think that is forums that are going to drive this and drive it further. But I think it's a golden opportunity to create more value here in Saudi, doing that in the right way, changing the perspective what mining industry is and what mining actually could be.
Thank you, Max. Thank you. And speaking of youth, Ariaz, you have an MOU that was announced. Was it today?
Yeah, it was signed today, and if I may refer directly to Max, Max was talking about electrification.
Yeah.
Our mandate here of the MOU that we've signed today is exactly that, electrification, enabling the production of electric motors here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia domestically. But it comes with its own challenges. It's not only about the technical and technological innovation that Max was talking about, which is, of course, in itself important. It is very important for us to position ourselves as technically superior, lower carbon emissions with 100% green electricity, which the position here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, of course, allows us. But it is also important for us to look at the opportunity of business model innovation here in the kingdom as well. In this case, I'm talking about vertical integration of electrical steel industry, everything from our input material, DRI, and mines where the iron comes from, onwards onto e-motor segment production, which is stators and rotors, and then onward processing, and then how that acts as a multiplicator and an enabler for both the automotive industry and the industrial segment where electric motors are used as well. So this is our mandate, and why we were thinking about Saudi Arabia in the beginning is that it has both the resources, the knowledge to support the industry that we are looking to bring to the kingdom, and of course, as an emerging market, both as purchaser of electric vehicles and also as a producer of electrical vehicles, we also see huge opportunity here, and we are very proud to, of course, try to support the industry as much as possible.
Thank you. Johnny, talk about the electrification solutions that, don't kill your primary source of competitive advantage in the area.
Yeah, I think the big challenge in this region is obviously electrification sometimes targets the exact source of competitive advantage. Many of the industries that were created in this region, and particularly those that are export-oriented, were created because there is available cheap gas, both as fuel and as feedstock, and it's very difficult to electrify without replacing that source of competitive, of cost competitiveness. So what we found is that a lot of the innovations that can work really well in this region aren't necessarily wholesale changes in the way that electricity is generated or delivered. They're combinations of the existing source of competitive cost with new solutions of electrification. Examples like hydrogen blending in gas turbines, the use of renewable energy certificates alongside a balanced grid that still includes cheap gas, different transmission networks that allow that renewable electricity to move at an achievable and affordable cost. All of these are innovative ways to use solutions that already exist, but they allow you to use those solutions without the capital intensity of doing that on your own. You can share that cost with other stakeholders in the same region, reap the benefits. It also allows you to not overtax a limited number of resources. So if everyone wanted to switch to hydrogen tomorrow, even in a less user-intensive region like this, there isn't enough hydrogen, it would cost too much to make, and to buy that hydrogen would render you uncompetitive from a cost perspective. But if you were to blend 10% hydrogen in a gas turbine, your cost competitive position remains there, and you need less hydrogen at a lower cost. So that allows that kind of collaboration that this whole forum has been talking about for so long to work in such a way that those finite resources that are available for electrification can be used by multiple stakeholders, and everyone can stay cost competitive, particularly on a difficult export market. And that's one of the key things. You want the region to remain competitive on the export market, because going back to the title of the panel, you want to create local value by using the cost competitiveness to set new first mover advantages that you can then export elsewhere in the world. This is a region that can make movements and make innovation happen a lot more quickly and a lot more effectively than some of the traditional mainstays of technological innovation. It has access to capital, it has a blank canvas in many ways, and it has the ambition of the regulators behind it as well, and that helps remove a lot of the obstacles.
Staying on the theme of energy mix, nobody is talking about uranium, and that is just totally unfortunate, but we have someone who may have some information on that. Talk about the role of uranium and nuclear energy in the go forward mix, Mark.
I saw uranium mentioned a couple times.
Okay.
And I was very happy with that.
I did.
Okay, there you go.
So it appears a nuclear renaissance is upon us. We're looking at the climate change conference, COP28. 22 countries came out and pledged that they want to increase their nuclear capacity, triple it by 2050. And then we have this idea of SMRs, small modular reactors. These things could be used for desalination plants. They can be used for mining operations. And so with the deployment of that, there might be an increase for uranium. As well, if we look at countries like China, it has the most number of nuclear power plants in development in the world. Where is that fuel going to come from? So then we add on top of that, there was a nice price spike in uranium in January of 2024, highest spot price for uranium in 17 years. That's coming off of about a 12 to 10 year lull where there was nothing going on. And it went up from $30 per pound U3O8 up to 106. And now I think it's leveled out at about 74. But that has spurred exploration. And it has also done an interesting other thing. And that is uranium deposits genetically can be split into 15 different types. Broadly, they can be subdivided into what's called conventional and unconventional. The conventional are the ones that have always been mined in the past, and they're profitable. The unconventional ones are very low grade, and they're not profitable to mine at lower prices. But now, with this new price, if it's sustained, these unconventional deposits can be mined. And one of the most important types of those are black shale, but for Saudi Arabia, it is phosphate. And phosphate deposits have a potential for a huge resource, not only in Saudi Arabia, but throughout the Middle East. And one of the things is that the technology for extracting and recovering the uranium from phosphates is not fully developed. And that technology, when fully developed, can bring phosphates from an unconventional deposit type to a conventional deposit type. And once we're able to work on the technology to make that happen, it's going to be a game changer. For example, I can tell you in the 1970s, there was a technology developed called in situ leach or in situ recovery, where they essentially would go into sandstone rock that hosted uranium. They would put down oxidizing fluids that would dissolve the uranium, and then they'd bring it up through a series of wells. You're not removing material. There's a tiny footprint. And that was a game changer, which put Kazakhstan into the #1 uranium producer in the world. And with these kinds of innovative challenges, and then the research and the minds and the talent, the young talent, and particularly we've been talking about young talent, to bear upon this to make, for example, the unconventional, the black shale, the phosphate deposits, to bring those online as far as source for uranium that's going to be a game changer. And so, we're kind of looking forward to making this happen. The International Atomic Energy Agency works with countries all around the world. I'm a technical officer for countries in Africa as well as in China, and there's a lot of interest in phosphate, and we're actually going to probably put together some interesting technical meetings on that and bring some minds together to bear upon this technical challenge. So there's a bright future and possibilities ahead for those countries that have phosphate deposits such as Saudi Arabia.
Mark is incredible. He talked about energy mix and he took it back to taking technology and innovation. And Stefano, I think you would be perfect to finish off this aspect of it, just talking about transforming the latest academic research or industry research that's in its infantile stage, and then moving that into an industrial scale and commercializing it.
Yes. Let me talk about business model at most. Record bridges the gap between academic research and industry by construct and operating plant at industrial scale. So the industrial sector find in Record a partner that has already developed and constructed demonstration and pilot plants at industrial scale. This means that investment and necessary steps typically required for transitioning from academic research to practical solution have already been undertaken by Record. Of course, academic research come into technology, and then some of which are patented, and we commercialize through spin-off and startup. Record actively foster the creation of new startups, leveraging its expertise and resources to support innovative venture from inception to the market readiness. This venture benefit, of course, from Record's expertise and infrastructure and continuous technological support. On the other side, investors can find startup based on validated and scalable technologies that providing investor with a low risk and high opportunities ready for a final upscaling to the market. And one of the last, our activity is to support the launch of venture capital fund that invest in new in startups and new technology in the field of bioeconomic and circular economy. So we put together academic, we put together industry and venture capital. And this is the way, in my opinion, to develop technology and to delivery and to deliver it to the market. So we can create, we can help local value creation as our title suggests.
And Arias, maybe talk about how you got from the idea to the MOU you signed today, because it fits exactly what Stefano was talking about.
Well, as Stefano said, this is multi-factor that academics obviously need to be involved, as feasibility studies need to be very, very accurate. But at the end of the day, it is, as you said, the idea and the capital behind it that makes it work. Paired, of course, with a desire for innovation, both technological and business model. And at the end of the day, I think that makes the perfect combination for an idea, and gives us the opportunity to strive forward, of course. But the unknown quantity in this mixture is the environment sometimes. And the environment is quickly developing, especially here in Saudi Arabia. And I think that is at the end of the day, what makes this market very interesting for venture capital and, of course, other investments in all areas.
And Max, within your organization, how do you support ideas and pull them up and help them become commercialized?
I mean, in ABB we have big research centers. We are working very close with universities and this academia. And I am also, like I said, I'm a true believer in innovation. I think also here now in Saudi we have also from the government to incentivize certain things like this development, because I think we have to create this, and I think that the young population here and now going into the mining, I totally agree, there's a lot of potential to do this. So we have to actually incentivize this hunger of new technology and testing, because I always say in the mining industry they always want to have proven technology tested by somebody else, you know. So I think we have to incentivize this and test certain kind of things. So as ABB, like I said, we're working close together. We are also open to be part of this to R&D. We're working also with the mining industry. So I think to drive these things, and as ABB we are active in many other industries as well. So we normally also look things that are working there. How can we use technology from there, maybe adapt that and change that in a certain way, how it can work this. So it really aligned with what was said here before.
And Johnny, within your organization, how do you identify innovations that will help your customers and your clients and support them?
I think the key thing is to make sure that everyone speaks the same language. So you've heard there's the academic environment, there's the technology providers that then take those solutions and try to scale them up. There's the governments that have to regulate the way that that's implemented, and then there's the financial entities that have to finance all of this. And what happens very often is when industry goes to all of those different stakeholders to ask for support and to provide these solutions, all of those different stakeholders are starved of solutions. They want to see those solutions, but it's very hard for all of them to speak the same language. So one of the things that we do as industry consultants is we look at the technical solutions and we try and provide a structure and a logic where all of those stakeholders can talk to each other using the same structure. So the same notion of finance, the same notion of performance, the same notion of impact in terms of emission abatement or contribution to the local community. And then that facilitates the conversation. I think that's the hardest thing to do. None of these solutions are implementable by one industry going it alone. Even with governmental support, even with financial support, ultimately you need access to things and you need enablers to make you to ease the path from academic research paper all the way into commercial production. And I think for that you have to acknowledge that different stakeholders have very different viewpoints in how they view that innovation. And what we try and do very much is find ways to explain that in a language that that stakeholder can understand and in a way that that stakeholder is likely to be interested in it. It's a challenge. We're getting better at it, but it's certainly the way that these large-scale changes are going to happen and be accelerated to the scale that we all want them to. Otherwise, they're just going to be individual initiatives.
Right. And Mark, I didn't know if you know this, but for many years I've been involved with the uranium sector. So many years ago, there was talk and technology that was extracting uranium from phosphates in Morocco and other places. And it hasn't yet been commercialized. So what are you doing to try to help put the groups together, as Johnny was talking about, get the stakeholders discussing and advancing things?
Yeah, well, the International Atomic Energy Agency is involved in all aspects of the nuclear fuel cycle. One of the aspects that we involve with respect to technology and innovation is going back to what Stefano said. You're bringing together the academics and you're bringing together industry. So what we do is we have technical training workshops involving everything from mining techniques and methodologies to exploration to developing nuclear power plants to regulation, the regulatory framework, policy, so on and so forth. But for these workshops, we engage the academics. We engage industry experts. So we'll bring anything between 2 and 5 of these individuals, these experts, world-class experts, some of them actually active, some of them retired, and bring them in as instructors. And these people then provide guidance and best practices to the various member states. And that information, technology, if you will, is passed on to the individuals who attend these workshops. And then they go out into their various aspects and fields and countries to take this information to increase their level of technology. So to go back to the phosphate deposits, we are having a technical meeting that we're trying to put together. As a matter of fact, my good friend over here, Mohammed, from the Jordanian mining company, may host one of these meetings. And they have a lot of phosphate deposits as well. And so what we would like to do is take this information, this technology transfer, if you will, to bring it to the countries, the member states, so that they can facilitate this increase in the possibility of resources. So we're approaching the technology not necessarily from the high-level technological aspect, but rather from the foundation, setting up the education for the younger people and those individuals who are practitioners, and then bringing that forward, and then it flows into the things that you guys are mainly doing. Yeah. So we're kind of like on the side, providing a foundation or trying to do so.
Thank you. I've been told that I have been given the shepherd's hook to get everyone off the stage, but I will promise you that because you stuck around to the very end of the last panel, you will be bestowed with great wisdom and eternal happiness. I'd like you to join me in thanking our panelists for their expertise and their knowledge today.
Off we go.
Very nice.
Very nice to you.